Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order, and without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Preparing for this hearing is one I've been, I'm telling you, it's hard to keep your cool in preparing for this meeting. And let me tell you the heart of why we're here today. Immigration Customs Enforcement. I have met with the men and women who work there, the wonderful, hard-working, dedicated people who do a hard and difficult job. But I got to tell you, what's going on at Homeland Security, what's going on with Immigration Customs Enforcement is one of the most infuriating things I think I've seen in this government yet. In a 3-year period, Immigration and Customs Enforcement has released more than 86,000 criminal aliens into the American public. These are people that were here illegally, got caught committing a crime, were convicted of that crime, and then instead of deporting them, they were just released back out in the United States of America. All told, they had more than 231,000 crimes that they were convicted of. 86,000 of these people. In 2015, 196 of these people were convicted of homicide, and ICE released them back into the public rather than deporting them. 124 of those that were released between fiscal year 2010 and 2015 went on to commit homicide. Let me give you some other stats. In 2013, ICE released 36,007 criminal aliens who were here unlawfully and present in the United States. As of September 2014, 5,700 of those individuals went on to commit additional crimes. In March of 2015, ICE Director Sarah Saldana testified before this committee that during fiscal year 2014, ICE released another 30,000 individuals with criminal convictions. In fact, ICE released 30,558 criminal aliens in 2014 who had a combined 79,059 convictions instead of deporting them. Of those 30,558 criminal aliens, 1,895 were charged with another crime following their release. Their convictions included sex offenses, assault, burglary, robbery, driving under the influence. And ICE told us that in 2015, the agency released 19,723 criminal aliens with a combined 64,197 convictions, including 934 sex offenses, 804 robberies, 216 kidnappings, and 196 homicide-related convictions. And that's on your watch. They were here illegally, they got caught committing a crime, they were convicted of the crime, and instead of following the law and deporting them, you release them back out of the public and they commit more crimes. How do you look those people in the eye? How do you go back to a family and say, you know, they were in our detention and we just thought it would be better to let them out into the United States of America? That is so wholly unacceptable. I want to show you this football stadium. This is Notre Dame football stadium. You've released more people that were convicted of crimes that should have been deported than you can fit into that stadium. You'd still have people waiting outside the line. Those are the criminals that you released instead of deporting. Now, one of the people that's very passionate about this issue and has spent a lot of time on that is our colleague, Mr. DeSantis of Florida. I'd like to yield time to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we in this country, the government at all levels has a responsibility to protect the safety of the American people. For the federal government, most of the crimes that are committed, particularly violent crimes, are handled at the state level. And I wish we could prevent every crime from happening. I wish we could. But the fact of the matter is we rely on deterrence, we rely on penalties to prevent people from even trying to commit crimes in certain instances. But in this case, this is an example of where government could have prevented all of these crimes. You have somebody, and the story that came out I thought was just shocking, where between fiscal year 2010 and February of 2015, there were 124 individuals who were in the country illegally, had been previously detained by ICE, and were released that were charged with homicide. You look at the number of convictions that we've seen for people who have been released by ICE even after being convicted of rape, of homicide, of domestic violence, violence against women, other sex offenses. This is putting the American people at risk. Something is wrong. Something needs to change. We've tried to highlight this over and over again. We get the numbers of convictions finally given to us for 15, and it's startling because we're told that, oh, we're going to focus on really getting these criminals, but yet you have criminals in your possession, don't have a right to be here, they should be returned to their home country, and yet they're released into American society, and then they reoffend. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for having this hearing. This is immensely, immensely frustrating issue to see this because some of these crime victims, the families, you can say to them, had the federal government simply done its job, maybe your loved one would be here today. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Director Saldana, who's about to testify before us, has testified before. She said, quote, "We welcome any amount of money that we have. We can always do more with more resources. We are just doing the best we can with the resources we have right now," end quote. Except in June of 2015, Department of Homeland Security leadership took $113 million from ICE's enforcement budget and asked Congress to reprogram it to other DHS components with no role in immigration enforcement. Further, in the latest budget justification, Homeland Security seeks $185 million less for deportation and transportation. Despite a mandate in the law requiring ICE to maintain 34,000 detention beds, ICE only wants funding for 30,913. The administration's failure to secure our border, enforce immigration laws, and hold criminal aliens accountable creates an ongoing threat to our public safety and sometimes delays consequences for innocent Americans. And many of those losses are preventable. The numbers became real in February of 2015 in the National Security Subcommittee hearing. During the hearing, we heard testimony from Mr. Jamil Shah, whose 17-year-old son was murdered by Pedro Espinoza, an alien living in the United States illegally. Mr. Espinoza had been released from jail on a conviction for brandishing a weapon before the Shah slaying. This is a weapons conviction. We also heard from Mike Roenbeck, the uncle of Grant Roenbeck. Grant was 21 years old when he was killed in Mesa, Arizona while working an overnight shift at a local convenience store. Guy's just working at the convenience store late at night, trying to do the right thing. The alleged killer was in removal proceedings due to a burglary conviction, but released on ICE on a $10,000 bond. Grant was killed. The Roenbeck and Shaw families are not the only victims of crimes committed by aliens unlawfully present in the United States. Today, we continue to put names and faces with individuals whose lives were changed forever by the death of a family member killed by a convicted criminal alien. The common thread among these stories we're about to hear today is that each of them were preventable. If ICE had only followed the law, it is highly likely that these witnesses would not be sitting here today grieving the loss of another loved one. And I thank the family members that will be joining us on the second panel. They are heart-wrenching stories, and it was preventable. It didn't have to happen. You could have deported them, and you chose not to. And it's just infuriating. My time's expired. Let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me first of all start off by expressing how very sorry I am for the families of Casey Chadwick, Sarah Root, and Marilyn Theris. The crimes that were committed against them were brutal and barbaric, and their lives were stolen away from them all too soon. But not only were their lives stolen away from them, their lives were stolen away from their parents and their friends and relatives. And so to Mr. Root, Ms. Hartling, I want to thank you for being with us today. I thank you for something else, though. I thank you for taking your grief and turning it into a passion to make sure that it does not happen to anybody else. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I know how painful it must be to relive these nightmares, especially before a congressional committee. And when I read your testimony, Mr. Root, I got to tell you, you said over and over again, a parent should never have to do this, identifying a child who has been harmed and murdered. So only you can truly know what losses mean to your families. I also lost a loved one 5 years ago, almost to the day. A nephew at Old Dominion College. Folks busted into his room, blew his brains out. 20 years old. And then to go there a few days later and to see his brains splattered on the wall. I tell you, when I read your testimony, I could not help but think about all of that. And a lot of people don't understand when you have somebody who is murdered. I tell people it's hard to mourn properly because you're always wondering why it happened, how it happened. Sometimes, in my case, who did it? But at the same time, you mourn for what could have been. Every time a friend of the folks get married, you think about your own. You know what her marriage would have been like, or you hear about a child being born, and so it's just constant. When the birthdays come, when Christmas comes, everything. It's like it just replays in your mind, mourning over and over and over what could have been. And so I know you want answers, and you deserve those answers. And so I want to thank you also, Mr. Burbank and Chief Martin, for being here, for dedicating your careers to combating all types of horrible crimes in your communities. And it should be the business of this Congress to help you be able to do your jobs effectively and efficiently. After all, you go out there, you put your life on the line over and over and over again, and so often you run into crimes that you can't even solve. You try, but you do the best you can. You don't get the cooperation. So I am committed to making sure we get to the bottom line. And Director Sedania, I want to thank you for your testimony and for your work as a public servant. It is crucial that we hear what immigration and customs enforcement has learned from these cases and about your ongoing efforts to improve the agency's procedures. You can understand why people are upset. Everyone on this committee wants to help improve public safety and enhance the security of all of our communities. Our committee is not just about oversight, and I emphasize this over and over again. It's not just about oversight, it is also about reform. If we identify a problem, our goal is to address it. For example, in one of the cases we will discuss today, ICE repeatedly attempted to deport the perpetrator to Haiti before his release in 2012, but the Haitian government refused to accept him, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Even after Haitian officials agreed to allow him to board a plane bound for Haiti, they reversed themselves and refused to accept him. I'm sure these facts offer little solace to Ms. Chadwick's family. So we need to ask what ICE could have done, what ICE could have done differently, and what ICE can do in the future to improve these procedures. We also need to, and I think the Chairman made a good point, we realize that there are issues that go to resources. But the question is are we using the resources that we have effectively and efficiently? We also need to ask what more we as a government can do to force recalcitrant countries like Haiti, in this case, to honor their treaty agreements and to accept their own citizens. This process is already underway thanks to Senator Richard Blumenthal and Senator Christopher Murphy and Representative Joe Courtney of Connecticut. On November 24, 2015, they sent a letter to the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security requesting an investigation to determine what more ICE could have done, and I quote, to overcome the objections of the Haitian government to the removal of this individual, end of quote. So I ask unanimous consent to enter their letter into our official hearing record today, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
The Inspector General has agreed to their request, and this investigation is now underway. I absolutely support these goals. What I absolutely do not support, however, is the hateful rhetoric we hear and have heard coming from some of my members of the Republican Party who disparage all immigrants with false condemnation. Donald Trump has labeled Mexican immigrants as rapists. He's also called for a shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. These were not accidental lapses of off-the-cuff remarks. They are genuine statements from the leading Republican candidate for President of the United States of America in 2016. If you think his rhetoric is just words and does not cause actual harm, consider the brutal assault of a 58-year-old homeless Latino man in Boston. Last August, two brothers, Scott and Steve Leader, who have extensive criminal records, hit him in the face, urinated on him, punched him, hit him with a metal pole, and then walked away laughing. When questioned by the police, one of the brothers said, and I quote, "Donald Trump was right. All these illegals need to be deported," end of quote. And when Donald Trump heard about this brutal attack, he said that it was a shame, but that his supporters are very passionate and, quote, want this country to be great again, end of quote. And so as I close, if we remain silent in the face of these actions, hate will become our new normal. What we are hearing is racism, pure and simple. I do not like to use the word because it can sometimes be difficult for people to hear anything else. It can become a distraction. We're trying to work towards real solutions, like tackling criminal justice reform, immigration reform, and gun violence. Unfortunately, in this case, it is warranted. So I've lived too long and fought too hard. I will not sit by silently as some have tried to plunge our nation into a hateful division where we turn against each other. And so I hope our committee ultimately will do more than just hold hearings, series of hearings on immigrants who commit crimes. I hope we all will take heart and that we will examine all of the legitimate questions, and there are a lot of legitimate questions here we are facing as a nation, and that we will act to develop the bipartisan solutions needed to address them. We must come together to reject racist rhetoric and work to make our community safer in a comprehensive and constructive way. And again, I want to thank our witnesses for turning your pain into a passion to do your purpose. Thank you very much. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the criminal alien report released by Homeland Security in 2015, and also enter into the record a letter from Senator Grassley and Senator Ernst regarding the case of Sarah Root. Without objection, so ordered. We'll hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any member who would like to submit a written statement. We'll now recognize the distinguished witness on the first panel. We have two panels today. Pleased to welcome the Honorable Sarah R. Saldana, Director of United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement at the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you for being here. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. If you will please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the witness answered in the affirmative. We would appreciate it if you would limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. Your entire written statement will obviously be made part of the record. Ms. Saldana, you are now recognized, Director, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, and other distinguished members of this committee. I cannot tell you how disheartening it is to sit here and hear an issue and very important issues related to the topic of immigration reform be bandied about as a political football. I'm a former United States attorney. I was a prosecutor for 10 years. I am about the law and law enforcement. I'm about identifying problems and correcting them. I am here to tell the public what the situation is with some of the issues we face, inform the public, and I would really appreciate we focus on solutions as opposed to political banter. Along with our sister agencies at the Department of Homeland Security, ICE has no smaller mission than the national security, border security, and public safety of our citizens. Like any law enforcement agency, we deal with serious and difficult matters every day. In the area of immigration, recent estimates are that there are about 11.2 million illegal immigrants in the country. There are approximately 2 million undocumented immigrants who are involved in some form or fashion in ICE's administrative process. There are about 500,000, 500,000 of those who are part of active cases in the immigration courts. ICE detention program booked in approximately 300,000 individuals last fiscal year. And as you know, we've been funded at the 34,000 bed level for the last couple of years. You, the Congress, have not only provided the funds to carry out our responsibilities, for which we're very grateful, but you've also set forth the framework to execute those responsibilities. And it's all right here in the Immigration and Nationalization Act. You tell us who we are required as a mandatory matter to detain, and you tell us who we exercise our ability to release someone and not detain, make a decision about not detaining or bond for that matter. Given the numbers I've just cited, obviously, a very small percentage of individuals are detained while an immigration judge, under the system that you, the Congress, has provided, are detained while that judge makes a decision in their removal proceedings. I am deeply mindful that this is not simply a discussion of statistics, capacity, policies, or procedures. There are families whose lives are personally affected by these decisions. As a human being and a mother, never mind my prosecutorial experience, I feel very strongly anytime someone is injured or murdered or killed, otherwise killed by any person, and certainly those within the immigration system. I know that the women and men of ICE work tirelessly to enforce the law and protect the public, and they steadfastly bear the enormous responsibility that they are charged with. When the chairman, respectfully, sir, says we just decided, that's being ICE, to let them out on the streets and, quote, we chose not to detain people, that is misleading the public and particularly these victims about the immigration situation and the entire picture. I think this committee well knows that this year, over two-thirds of the criminal releases, something I wish you had pointed out, over two-thirds of the criminal releases were as a result of the Supreme Court telling us we had to release someone, wasn't ICE choosing to do so, and another portion of the courts otherwise telling us that we had to release the immigration courts, who have overall supervisory responsibility over this system. So to sit there and say that the proud women and men of law enforcement in ICE are choosing to release criminals is absolutely unforgivable. I am very proud of representing those men and women. Many of them are former police officers, sheriff's department members, and they do not go around trying to put criminals on the streets. So I want the record to be clear, and I want these victims' families to know exactly what ICE is facing, and I want them to have an accurate picture of that. So when ICE makes a custody determination upon an alien with a criminal conviction, we act in accordance with the law that you have given us. We are committed to carefully reviewing the circumstances of each case to ensure we make prudent decisions and to use the tools at our disposals, including supervision and conditions of release. Further, we include in our data set things over which we have no control. When somebody's claiming to be a citizen or an LPR, there are additional requirements on us. This is a very complex law, and every time, or virtually every time, I have been before a committee, I have begged, I have asked, work with ICE, work with me, work with the Secretary for comprehensive immigration reform. We can't kick this down the road or after an election. We need to fix this, and I implore you to help us. So, this issue has been a great importance to me since I started at the agency about a year and a half ago. In March of last year, I set up a system that I think I've testified about to this agency to review every criminal release that there is. We have a panel that I've actually visited with. I'm in the process right now, like I do with any policy, of revisiting the policy to see how effective it's been over the last year, because we started it in March, and to see what we can do better with that in that regard. I am willing to learn, and I do listen. So, as you're aware, we're proud of the fact, and I think it's as a result, in part, of this panel, of going from 36,000 releases in 2013 to, in 2015, a little over 19,700. So you know, I want to be sure it's clear that while 2/3 of the criminal releases in 2013 and 2014 were characterized, even here, as resulting from ICE determinations, that ratio actually is reversed in 2015, and as I said earlier, we have about 2/3 of our criminal releases being required of us by courts. And with respect to what Congressman Cummings pointed out, and that is the recalcitrant countries and getting people to take back their criminals. This world is a chaotic world. We have countries with great instability, countries that have suffered tremendous, even natural disasters like Haiti, and are in turmoil, and trying to deal with them is very hard. But I am working with the Department of State. Quite frankly, this afternoon I'm meeting with Assistant Secretary Michelle Bond to talk some more about what more we can do with respect to recalcitrant countries. And I'm glad to do that. Let me conclude by saying that having heard directly from families over the last 11 years of victims of crime who've suffered tremendous loss, I personally remain committed, Mr. Chairman, I personally remain committed to implementing ICE's priorities in a smart and strategic manner and to safeguard our communities and maximize the agency's success. I thank you for the opportunity to address the group, and I await your questions.
Thank you. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. The numbers you gave us, and just in the last 2 days, discretionary releases by ICE were 54%. The total was 46,422. The Zavidas rulings, you said, were 2/3 of the reason, and yet the numbers you gave us show that it's less than 10%. Your microphone, please.
I don't know which numbers you're looking at.
You're the one that said that 2/3 of the reason that you release people is based on a Supreme Court decision. The numbers you gave us just 2 days ago show that that number is actually less than 10%.
The numbers we gave you, sir, were for 2015?
We have 2015, 2014, and 2013.
Okay, let's just focus right now on 2015 as an example, although we can do each year if you'd like. 19,723, there was 19,723 criminal releases.
Let me ask you another way.
No,
because
if I may finish, because you've just left an impression that more than that has happened.
No,
11% were Zavidas releases. And IJ orders, the immigration courts that oversee the entire immigration system, were 52%.
Okay, we will hash out the numbers with your own numbers, but what is unacceptable is even one discretionary. Why do you even release one? Why do you even release one person?
Because of the statute the Congress
No,
has
it's
given us.
not. It's discretionary on your part, and you're not doing it. You took more than $100 million and let it go to other purposes outside of the Immigration Customs Enforcement. You're not maximizing the amount of money that you want in order to get to the beds that is mandated under the law. And you've asked for $185 million less for detention and transportation. You're not going to be convincing us that you're dedicated to removing these criminal aliens.
If I may answer your question.
Well, yes, go.
You have said here, only a certain number of convictions even, they're primarily convictions, offenses with convictions, are subject to mandatory detention.
And this is where you're totally wrong. You have somebody who commits homicide, yes, we want them deported. That's the law.
Then put it in the statute, sir, because in the statute say if they do not commit one of those offenses that are specifically enumerated, including aggravated felonies, then these people are not subject to mandatory detention, which you specifically outlined here. When I say you, I mean the Congress. The rest you say, okay, ICE, you will then make a determination based on what the judges, federal judges of this country make every day, and that is based on flight risk and harm to public safety or potential harm to public safety. You will decide which ones can be released.
And there's a whole list of categories there that are harm to public safety, including those that commit homicide, that you went ahead and released anyway. And so that law is crystal clear. You are making these discretionary choices in releasing these people out into the public, and they're committing more crimes. And I don't understand why you don't deport them. Use as an excuse these countries that won't accept them. Here's my question for you. Based on Section 243D of the Immigration Nationality Act, how many times have you recommended to the State Department in writing that these countries are, according to the law, on being notified by the Attorney General that the government of the foreign country denies or unreasonably delays accepting an alien, and then it goes on, that the Secretary shall order the consular officers in that foreign country to discontinue granting visas or non-immigrant visas? How many times have you made that recommendation to the Attorney General or to the State Department?
I don't have the precise number, but we have.
Have you ever?
Yes, we have, sir. We have a
Which
memorandum.
countries, right off the top of your head, which countries have you recommended that
I can't tell you off the top of my head. I hate
When
to
will
make-
you get me that information?
I can get to you within a week, sir.
Okay, so you will give me, just to make sure we're on the same page, the letters that you have given either to the Attorney General's office or the State Department regarding the problems that you're having with and the recommendations that you're making about the countries that will not accept these aliens.
And yes, and you understand that I have to talk to the Department of State about that because some of these are sensitive areas that I believe we can talk about this further in chambers, sir, that I believe you would
No, we're
not
going
want
to
me
talk about it in the
disclose.
public. I want to know which countries are not taking, because you know what? They shouldn't be getting federal aid, and we shouldn't be giving them visas so that more people from those countries can come to the United States. I don't know what you think is so sensitive about that, but I want you to prioritize Americans rather than those other countries. That's what I want to hear. I want to know that the citizens of our states are your #1 priority, and put it out there in the public. Let's know and understand which countries are not taking back the criminals that came here illegally and should be deported back into their country.
Let me remind you, sir, that the Department of State is the one that issues visas, withholds aid. We don't have money to give aid to countries. That's not what we do.
I know, but
we
you-
do have a
it's-
memorandum of understanding with the Department of State where we say we are going to recommend to you certain steps, but we have it in a step-by-step procedure because this is a complicated world, I think you all understand, and we have to look at each country separately. Syria and Iraq, that's a pretty
You think
hopeless
that's your job
situation in trying
to
to return those immigrants to those countries.
Do you really
That's the
think Syria and
situation.
Iraq is your job and your responsibility to make that determination? Here's what the law says, and I'm quoting, "On being notified by the Attorney General that the government of a foreign country denies or unreasonably delays accepting an alien who is a citizen, subject, national, or resident of the country, after the Attorney General asks whether the government will accept the alien under this section, the Secretary shall." And so if you go to the first part
Shall
of it,
what, sir?
shall order consular officers in that foreign country to discontinue granting immigrant visas or non-immigrant visas or both to citizens, subjects, nationals, and residents of that country until the Attorney General notifies the Secretary that the country has accepted the alien. What is incumbent upon you personally, in your duty and your role and responsibility, is to make that notification. If you are trying to take even just one alien and deport them back to a country, these are criminal aliens. Remember, these are ones that committed crimes and were convicted of crimes. If you're trying to deport even one of those and the country won't take them back, you need to give that notification to the State Department.
And the State Department makes the decision. Let's just be clear.
And
about
that, no, there's no decision because under the statute, it says the Secretary shall. And so it starts with you. And if you don't give them that notification, it doesn't work. My
I
time has
agree.
expired. I want to have, within a week's time, all of those letters, since you've been in office, that you have sent to the State Department and/or Attorney General, telling them where there's a problem. And I don't want to hear about this excuse any further. Now I recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr.
Let me pick up just where the chairman left off. When that letter goes to the State Department, what happens then? Who makes the decision at that point? What happens?
There's a leadership group. The Consular Affairs Assistant Secretary, Michelle Bond, is the person I've been dealing with. She makes a recommendation to the Secretary of the Department of State, and they look at the whole picture with respect to that country and make a decision and notify us.
And then that is the decision?
Yes, sir.
And so you can't change that?
ICE is not in the business of issuing visas.
I see. Now let me, I want to make sure we put all this in some kind of context, because remember what I said in my opening statement. We're about reform and trying to find solutions. And we have these families here who have suffered greatly. And by the way, I hope that, I know you may be leaving after your testimony as is usual.
I'm staying.
Oh, good, because I want you to hear from them. I think they need to, they want you to hear their pain. And again, they come a good distance, and that, I thank you very much for doing that.
And I offered to both families, the Roots and Ms. Hartling, to meet with them personally.
Thank you very much. We need to eliminate any misperception that immigrants as a group are more likely to be criminals or commit acts of violence. Let's start with the likelihood of landing in jail. Census data from 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010 found that incarceration rates for native-born, essentially U.S. citizens, were 2 to 5 times higher than that of immigrants. Were you aware of that fact,
Yes.
Director? The fact contradicts the misconception that immigrants are inherently predisposed to be criminals. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So studies have widely shown that recidivism rate for immigrant criminals is lower than for the general population. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And for example, based on the data submitted by ICE for fiscal year 2014, less than 5% of the immigrant criminals committed new crimes after release, compared to more than 20% of all criminals across 30 U.S. states. Do you understand that?
That sounds right. I've looked at the studies by the Department of Justice and the statistics.
Given this information, do you believe it is fair to say that a person's immigration status does not indicate an increased likelihood that they will commit another crime?
Yes.
Now, I got to tell you that if I were the family of a victim, I would say, well, Cummings, I'm really not interested in hearing that, because I suffered a loss that will never be replaced. But I'm trying to just put all of this in some kind of context, because I think if we look at the total picture, then we have a better chance of coming up with a solution that it truly addresses the problem. Now, I'd like to discuss the cases in which ICE has discretion. The chairman talked about discretion, and I think he was absolutely right to address that. ICE has explained in the past that some criminal immigrant detainees are released after posting bond set by career ICE law enforcement officers. Can you please tell us again, why not simply deport all criminal alien detainees that you have the discretion to deport? And is it a question of resources?
It's not so much a question of resources, sir, as it is the statute. Congress, in its wisdom, gave people who were found in the country and determined initially to be in the country illegally a very complex set of rights and ability to appeal and to have their cases heard by immigration courts. Let me just make this really clear. We cannot, we'd be violating the statute, which I think no one here wants me to do. We cannot deport somebody without a final order of removal from a court. ICE doesn't deport people on its own motion. It has to have an order from the court. And obviously, we've got to have the ability to put that person in the country of their origin.
Now, ICE has reported having the resources to deport only about 4% of the 11 million documented immigrants. Is that right?
That's right. And in fact, I think you all have seen the studies that indicate that if we tried to deport 11.2 million people, it would cost anywhere from $650 billion, $650 billion to $750 billion.
So ICE also explained that discretionary releases typically occur when individuals associated with less serious offenses, based on your experience as a prosecutor. And you were a former U.S. attorney?
Yes, sir.
I have tremendous respect for our U.S. attorneys. Why is it important for law enforcement agencies in general to have the discretion to release individuals on bond? What's that about? Well,
Again, it's important for us because we have to manage the money that this Congress has given us. But I want to repeat, the bond procedure, the decisions to detain are all, or not detain, are all outlined in here. We must look at flight risk, threat to public safety when we make those decisions. But you have given us that authority. And it's important for us because we've got to manage the number of beds we have and obviously the entire fund that you have given us in order to remove people from the country.
I only have a minute left on my time. I understand that these determinations are based on risk evaluations, giving consideration to factors like age, physical and mental health, risk of harm to public safety, risk of flight, and whether any mandatory detention factors apply. Director, can you please explain why it's important that these evaluations are conducted on a case-by-case basis? And then, knowing what you know and hearing what you know you're going to hear, I want you to tell us things that we could do as congressfolk to help you do the job that you're trying to do.
Okay. If I may start with the last part of that question first, I would love to sit down with this committee or a group of this committee to go through this statute and talk about comprehensive immigration reform, what we can do with respect to some of the very complicated parts of this. And let's not forget, this is just the statute. We have rulings left and right from all over the country, literally going left and right, that we have to abide by, even though we may be appealing them. But with respect to your overall question regarding discretion, we have committed to deal with each immigrant on a case-by-case basis. Because we don't have, I don't think we have the will, nor do we have the funds to deport 11.2 million people. We have to make decisions on a case-by-case basis. Bright line rules don't work here. If we have a bright line rule that we're going to deport anybody who comes into our custody, we don't have time to do what we've been trying to do and very successfully done, and that is focus on criminal aliens. So this is why we need to have that discretion and ability to make the decisions that we do. And I will tell you, sir, are we perfect? I have great faith in the judgments of our law enforcement officers in making these determinations. They are experienced, well-trained, and they care about the safety of our community. Are we perfect? I can say firsthand, I am not, and neither are our officers, but we do the very best we can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Micah, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, and I do want to echo the director's remarks that our Customs and Border Patrol are some of the most professional, accomplished, hardworking individuals in the federal government. They work day in and day out to do their job in protecting our borders, but we do hear that things have affected their ability to control our borders. First of all, the number of deportations total is down fairly dramatically in this administration. Isn't that correct, Director?
The numbers are lower than it has.
We have a chart there. Can you guys put the chart up? So at the end of the Bush administration, we were deporting about 250,000. We're down to about 100,000. 2014, maybe even lower than that. That's total deportations, right?
No, sir. I think you say up there
It's
interior.
It's total deportations. And then if we turn to criminal.
Your chart says interior deportations, not total.
Yes.
Interior, there's also on the border removals.
Right. Again, well, in this case, I'm taking they're in the United States, in the interior, not at the border. In any event, criminal deportations were 110,000 in 2013, and now they're down to 63,000. I don't have a chart on that. Those are numbers provided by you. Is that correct? 63,000 in 2014. I don't know what 2015 is.
Well,
I'm sorry, 2015 is 63,000. I don't have 2014. And 2013 was 110. In any event, it's down.
Those are not the numbers I
Now,
have.
well, again, all I can go is by what we got from you all. And you've said that the law prohibits some of your actions to deport. But actually, the agents tell us, well, two things. First, they say they're hamstrung by the president's executive order that has granted some amnesty to millions of illegal aliens. That's what the agents say. Have you heard that?
From our agents or from Border Patrol?
From your agents?
I've heard reports of that, sir.
Okay.
Nobody.
Again, they're telling us that. They also say that some of those people even, again, that there was a court decision, and ICE has admitted, however, that of the 2,457 of the 30,000 releasees, that would be the number affected by the court decision, which was Zadias versus Davis, so that 57% were actually released at ICE's discretion, at your discretion. So we have more than half of those at your discretion. And that's we've had hearings, we've had your folks in, and this is what they're telling us. The other thing, too, is you have the right to deport people, and again, the discretion is given to you. Again, your agents have told us, but in more than half the cases, you haven't exercised that discretion. Then you also have, when the courts do let some folks out on appeal, these criminal aliens that have committed an act, how many times have you appealed the bonds?
Bonds, some occasions, I don't have the precise number.
Could you provide that for the record? Because I think it's fairly limited.
I can
But
provide
you
it.
have that discretion too. So 57% of the time where you have discretion, you haven't exercised it. Then where people have committed it, they're out on bond, and you could appeal and go after those folks, you don't do it. One of the other things that was brought to my attention is we've lost total control of the border. And this is most disturbing. Got this yesterday. This is the Customs and Border Patrol system, the entire system that deals with passport control. This is just the last 2 months, from March 4th, 2016 to April 17th. The system has been down almost 2 total days, and this is a record of the time the system has done. The system we have to control our border and who's coming in is imploding. I don't know what's going on here. And I'd ask maybe the chairman of government operations or whoever is in charge of this area in our subcommittee to look at this. We've lost control of our borders, and your system that protects us, and the main computer system has been down, down, down. And I think this is something that needs to be looked at. I'm going to hand you a copy of this, and I'd like you to respond to these statistics.
Are these ICE statistics or Customs and Border Protection?
Custom and Border.
That's another agency,
Yes,
sir.
but this is the system that controls the passports and entry into the United States. And you're also in DHS. I'd like to have a response for the record.
We should get the witness best able to
Okay,
answer
and
the
you'll help
questions
me with that, and I appreciate it.
regarding CBP.
Thank
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Director Saldana for your public service, first as a U.S. attorney in Texas, and now as Director of ICE. And I would like to understand the challenges that you and ICE face in trying to deport criminal aliens back to their countries, and the countries refuse to take them. I want to understand what the challenges are, and more importantly, what can we do to force a country to take back their own citizen when we are deporting them for serious criminal crimes. Now, as you know, the Chadwick family is here. They lost their beloved child, and they rightfully want to know why a convicted, threatening, terrible felon was not deported. When he served his conviction in the United States, he was out on release. The law said we can deport him, we should deport him, and as I understand it, his home country, Haiti, refused to take him. And I want to understand how this happens, and I want to understand what we can do about it. And in this case, the guy's name was Jean-Jacques of Haiti. And as we reviewed the record in this particular case, it is stunning and shocking how many times the Haitian officials approved his return to Haiti and then reversed themselves and essentially pulled the rug out from under U.S. officials and would not let him come home to his own country. To give a specific example, on October 1st, 2012, U.S. officials submitted a request to Haiti to deport him. Haitian officials gave their verbal confirmation that he was approved to go back to Haiti. And are you aware that Haitian officials approved his removal to Haiti on October 1st, 2012?
Yes, and you have cited, I don't know if you're done.
Yeah. And then they changed their minds. They told you, U.S. officials, that he was denied for removal. They pointed out that he was approved 3 days earlier. And do you know why the Haitian officials decided on a whim that he should not be allowed or would not be allowed to come back to his country of origin?
We have not been given a response. It is tremendously frustrating. We want to send this person back. We wanted to. And there are others, unfortunately, others in that same position. As I said, with respect to Haiti.
I want to go on, and this is really critical, because if we had succeeded in removing him and deporting him, we would have saved an American life, we would have saved an American family, and it was the right thing to do. So 1 week later, unbelievably, on October 10th, Haitian officials acknowledged to U.S. officials that they had actually approved a flight to Haiti that included Mr. Jacques. He was supposed to go, but then on the very same day, they reversed themselves again. They said that he could not board the plane. What in the world was going on with these Haitian officials? Were they just playing games with us? I mean, this is the second time they denied the deportation request of the United States government. And by treaty, they had approved that illegal aliens and certainly criminal aliens would be accepted back in their country.
And what's extraordinary, Congresswoman, is that actually the Haitian government has worked with us in many instances before. So it is a very arbitrary granting and then denial and then granting and denial. It's extraordinarily frustrating. Just like the United States requires people to have travel documents when they come through the United States, all of these other governments require that too.
My time is almost up. And now this is almost unbelievable. Then again on February 2nd of 2016 of this year, U.S. officials tried again to send him back to Haiti. And on this day, Haitian officials informed us, the U.S., that Mr. Jacques was once again approved for removal. And then again, on the very same day, these Haitian officials withdrew their approval. Now, what I want to know is what can we do about it? This is something I would like to work with the majority party on accomplishing. I personally support universal reform on immigration, but if we can't reach a quick approval on that, we should get a quick approval on how we can deport someone back to their country, especially when they are, quote, allies, when we have treaties, when we are literally giving this country aid, and yet 3 times they really made fun of the American government and said, no, we're not taking him back, reversing a verbal confirmation that they would take this criminal back. Now, I feel very strongly about this. I have my own 2 daughters. I can't imagine the grief that this family is facing. And this is such an injustice, not only to this American family and to this young girl, but also to our whole country, that they will not abide by the treaty. They will not take their felon back that came here illegally. And my question is, and it's a serious one, how can we enforce this and how can we stop this type of abuse of the American government?
Well, we have a system in place, and we have an understanding with the Department of State, a memorandum of understanding.
But if they refuse to take them, which is what they're doing, what do we do about it?
Exactly. And what we need to do is have Department of State at the table, but we need to talk about how we accelerate the process, because right now it is very, very slow.
But you accelerated it.
Gentleman,
You
time's
achieved it.
expired.
He was ready to be deported.
Yes.
And the country said, no, we have got to get a system where
Gentlewoman's-
we can force these countries to be responsible.
I agree.
Gentlewoman's time's expired. The Chair notes the presence of Mr. Courtney from Connecticut, and I ask unanimous consent that he be allowed to fully participate in today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I'd also like to introduce for the record a CBP system down times log. Without objection, so ordered. And the Chair will now recognize the gentleman from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Saldana, thank you for being here. But let me reiterate the fact that, number one, we support the proud enforcement officials that you work with and that you lead. We expect that the overwhelming majority of them are as frustrated as we are in trying to deal with the problem. But our frustration goes up to leadership aspects, even above you, in concerns in making sure that our citizens are safe. We're also concerned with the fact that there are plenty of desiring immigrants who want to come to this country for all the right reasons, that it's more difficult for them to come because of what's going on with these illegals, and especially the ones perpetrating the crimes and the murders in our society. And to get to the accomplishment of having comprehensive immigration reform take place, we have to make sure that our systems are working to keep this terrible, cruel element out of our society. And so let me ask you a question. Information that I have, statistics says that as of August 2014, the administration indicated that over 375,000 aliens and 121,000 level 1 convicted criminal aliens who the Obama administration deems, and I quote, the worst of the worst, end quote, were removed as a result of the secure communities. Instead of continuing to utilize that successful existing system, the Obama administration ended it and implemented the priorities enforcement program that we're under right now. Why did the administration end a successful program that flags criminal aliens once they're booked into jails?
Sir, we may have to have a discussion of what successful actually means. I think you're aware of the fact that
People living and not dying.
I think you're aware of the fact that we, the United States, have been sued many times because of secured communities. And the fact that there are people that had claims that they asserted in federal court. Some ended up being successful, even though we challenged them. With respect to the implementation of the program, many people are concerned that as a result of secure communities and the way it was implemented, something that was in place before I was actually gone, before I got there, that there was a tremendous controversy about it.
Let me jump on here. During the Secure Communities program that's been ended, how many detainers were issued by ICE but ignored by local law enforcement?
I don't have that number in front of me.
Do you have the number of how many of those ignored detainers resulted in alien being released and subsequently committing a crime?
No, sir.
Do you have
Under secure communities, you're asking?
secure communities?
Yes.
How many of those ignored detainers resulted in additional crimes being committed? Do you have that number?
I don't have it.
Well, you've indicated you want solutions, but it seemed like we'd want these numbers in order to get to those solutions, wouldn't it?
I just don't have them on the top of my head, sir. They're available. We can probably find them. It may take a manual search of our records, but and some time, but we can. The fact that I can't answer that right now shouldn't undermine my point about wanting to do something positive in this area.
Well, I'd like to have those numbers provided for our committee, And whether it's the week that you initiated, you said about the letters or not, we'd like it as quickly as possible. Why is the federal government satisfied with localities coming in contact with removable aliens and then not collecting sufficient information, records, fingerprints, etc.?
Well, that is happening. And when you say removable aliens, no alien is removable until we have a court order. So they go through a very, sometimes years in the making process, a very long process, to make that determination. I will tell you, though, you know that Secured Communities, that program, was replaced by the Priority Enforcement Program, where we work with all of these state and local jurisdictions. That's what I did as a United States Attorney. We relied on local law enforcement, not only police departments, but sheriff's departments to assist us, and we do that.
And aren't there stipulations for them to provide the information to you, and such as fingerprints on these people?
There's a provision in the statute that talks about cooperation from them, not specifically fingerprints, but cooperation.
So cooperation would include information that is necessary for protecting our citizens, correct?
It could.
It could. Well, maybe that's why this hearing is being held today, and hopefully information will come out so that families won't be seated in the room again, because there's indication that we have not done what's necessary to protect them. And that's my concern. And again, it's not the ICE agents. It's administration that isn't doing what's necessary, or at least pushing for the funds, the resources, the systems in place to make sure that we have that capability. And that's my concern. That's not a charge. That's a request. Help us to do the right thing, but in turn, don't give us the excuses. And I yield back.
Another party, though, is the Congress, sir, and you could help us by...
I think we have helped you with plenty of things. We've asked questions today about why you haven't used some of those resources, why there hasn't been the pushback on other countries, why there hasn't been a request for dollars to put toward the programs that keep these people off the streets as opposed to other entities. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Cartwright for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Director Saldana, for being here. But I also want to take time to acknowledge and thank everyone for the presence of the families here today, starting with you, Mrs. Hartling. Your daughter's case has been discussed a bit, and we'll talk more about it, but our hearts go out to you. And I know I speak for everyone here and everyone in the United States Congress in expressing our most profound condolences. Also, we have Chief Ralph Martin here taking up the cause of Marilyn Ferris. And I know she's not family to you, but she's starting to seem like it, I'm sure. So condolences to you as well. And thank you for taking up that cause. But we also have Michelle and Scott Root here today, and thank you. Okay. We have Scott Root here today, and I thank you for being here. An ineffable, unspeakable tragedy. I mean, we're talking about your daughter who just graduated college the day before with a 4.0 in, of all things, criminal justice. And then the next day, in a drunken driving, drag racing incident, an undocumented illegal struck her from behind with such force that she died within about 24 hours. Unbelievable. And this is a situation that I want to talk to you about, Director Saldana. We had this 19-year-old illegal, a young man named Mejia from Honduras. And really what happened after the crime was even more shocking because he got out on bail. There was a judge, this is in Nebraska, I think, and the judge let Mejia out on $50,000 bail. And if you know how bail works, if you post 10%, then you're out on bail. Well, 10% of $50,000 is $5,000. Mejia's brother came up with the money, and and as soon as he got out, he was gone. Are you familiar with the case, Director Saldana?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I want to look into that a little bit because I was a lawyer for 25 years and I know a little bit about how bail is set, and one of the considerations is when the judge decides to set bail, is this person a flight risk? Is this person likely to be somebody who'll plunk down the 10% and skedaddle out and never be heard from again? In fact, Mejia had a history of brushes with the law before this horrible drunk driving incident. He had had a history of skipping out on other charges when the judge considered bail. But what I read, and I want you guys to disabuse me of this if it's wrong, but what I read was that the trial court judge the one charged with setting bail, never even heard that this was an illegal immigrant, never even heard of his history with the law, and most importantly, never even knew that he had skipped out on other charges before. This was the poster child for somebody that ought to have a very, very high bail set. And the judge never even knew it, and it was because the prosecution, which knew all these things, never informed the judge. Now, that's what I got from news accounts, and if it's wrong, that's why I'm asking it. I want you to tell me if it's wrong. But we saw in the news accounts that the Douglas County attorney acknowledged that his office could have handled the matter better, and we'll talk about it later, but if you're familiar with the case, Director Saldana, am I getting the facts right there?
More or less, although I can't speak to exactly what the judge had in his mind when he made the decision to release Mr. Mejia.
Well, let me interrupt you. In a case like that, does it require an ICE detainer for a local judge to set a high bail in a case of probable flight risk?
No, sir. He just needs to know the facts. And we obviously were not in the courtroom at that time. It's a state matter, as you all know, when it comes to this kind of activity. And I want to tell Mr. Root, express my sympathies as well with respect to this. I think you said earlier that that the DA had said that things could have been done better. Unfortunately, there's a lot of different things that could have been done better, and I am going to use this as when I said I was revisiting our criminal review process, I am going to use this as an example of what could we have done differently in this case, because I don't want this to happen again, obviously, and neither does the officer or the agents involved in this case.
Well, thank you, Director, and I do look forward to hearing from the families later today. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Saldana, I just want to, you've reached out to the families, but I want to make sure it's for the record that you reached out to the families around April 22nd only upon finding out about this hearing and their testimony. So I want to make sure that's for the record.
And I want to be sure for the record.
You know, understand. I made a statement, ma'am. So this is my time, not yours.
Okay. You understand that they're in.
Once again, it's my time.
And you understand that I'd like the record to be clear, sir. I am meeting with Ms. Hartling this afternoon. I don't want to.
I'm going on. I don't think you ought to be picking a fight with Arizona. Of all places, you better not go there. Operation Streamline, go away. Incarcerations over and over again, tell them to release them. It's not the men and women in ICE and Border Patrol. It's leadership, just like you, like the President, like the Attorney General, all the way across the board. So let's put a face on this. Are you aware in January 2015 of a young man in my home state of Arizona who was shot and killed by an illegal alien who was facing deportation proceedings but was out on bond? Are you familiar with the murder of Gran Rodenbeck by an illegal alien in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
This is important because I want to make sure you and your agency know about that your numbers that you cite and all these reckless, lawless policies direct have real consequences. Murderous consequences for real people and their families. One life lost in this manner is way too many. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
So the man who murdered Grant Rodenbeck was an illegal alien who, instead of being detained or deported, was out on bond. In fact, Apollonar Altamirano, a self-proclaimed drug cartel member, had deportation proceedings dragging on more than 2 years after he was released on bond following a conviction on a burglary charge. While out on bond, this illegal alien had 2 harassment charges, very similar to what my colleague on the other side was talking about in the previous case, against him, in which one of the victims said that she feared for her life several times, and claiming to the court he pointed a gun at her and her boyfriend. Yet this man remained on the streets. Now here's this thing you talk about, this discretionary issue. So then on January 19, 2015, Mr. Altamirano walked into a convenience store, demanded a pack of cigarettes in exchange for a jar of change. When the clerk, young Grant Rodenbeck, hesitated, Altamirano pointed a gun at Grant and shot him, fatally shooting him, 21 years old. Now, Director Saldana, Grant Rodenbeck's murder is a direct result of your agency's failed policies. Why do you let murderous people like this free into our communities? Once again, all the discretion, I pointed out he's got a history and a rap sheet. Tell me why.
I can tell you, sir, what I said earlier with respect to the fact that our
It's not that code, and you keep pointing to that code. It's not that code. This man, there is no reason why this man should be on the street.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
It's not about that code.
The code?
That code that you keep putting.
Statute.
Yeah, it's not about that. This man, the whole rap sheet, this guy should have been incarcerated. Unfortunately, Grant's murder is not unique, and his murderer situation is not an isolated case. Is it, Director? It's not an isolated case, is it?
What is, sir, the specific facts of that case?
Yeah.
Well,
There's lots of them. We heard one from Mr. Cartwright.
yes, you heard, I think the numbers are in the record.
So how many aliens entered the United States illegally, were charged with felonies in FY 2015?
I'll have to look up that number, sir.
How many in 2016?
How many aliens who are in the system or who are out there in the public?
How many aliens who entered the United States illegally were charged with felonies? If you don't have those numbers, I'd like them for the record.
Well, sir,
2015 and 2016.
As I said earlier, there are 11.2 million aliens in the United States illegally.
I don't care about the 11 million. I'm asking about those that come in with felonies, that were charged with felonies. That I want.
Some we haven't encountered. There's no way we can have information on them.
How many aliens who entered the United States illegally were charged with felonies in FY 2015? You have those numbers. Want them.
We don't have those numbers.
After they got here. Don't you get it? I mean, you were a U.S.
Many
attorney,
of them
you
are
still
not
get
trying
that?
to be found, sir. We don't have any record that they're here in the country. The 11.2 is an estimate.
Yeah, they are illegally here, and they were charged with a felony here. You got those numbers.
No, sir. They
You gotta
wouldn't
be
be,
kidding
they
me.
wouldn't be complete.
You have got to be kidding. These are illegals, so they come into this country, they're illegal. They've been charged with a felony. What are those numbers for in this country? Are you
Sir,
kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I asked you to listen to my answer. There are 11.2 million people in the country illegally.
I'm not asking about the
It's-
11.2. I'm asking about those that are here
gentleman's
illegally.
time has expired.
Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Unbelievable.
And let me first say to the families, thank you for being here, and I apologize for your loss. I'd like to follow up on Representative Maloney's line of questioning about Haiti and Mr. Jacques. No one disputes that he had a legitimate court order for deportation, and that the Haitian government 3 times rejected accepting him back to their country. Are you aware that the U.S. has been the largest federal aid donor to Haiti since 1973?
No, sir, I don't follow that.
So we are the largest federal aid donor to history, to Haiti. And are you frustrated that countries such as Haiti don't take back their citizens after they commit crimes in the United States and have a valid order for deportation?
Absolutely. If we can remove somebody and we have that order, we want to remove that person.
Would you support a law or amendment that says countries like Haiti should no longer get foreign aid or get a reduction in foreign aid if they do not accept their citizens back that have committed crimes in the United States?
I would support looking at that question, sir, and working with the Department of State to see if that's a reasonable and logical thing to do.
Has the government of Haiti apologized to ICE or to the victim, the family at all?
I don't know about the family. I don't No.
They apologize to the U.S. government or ICE for their actions?
Not to ICE, at least that I'm aware of.
So I hope someone from the Haitian government watches this hearing, because now they've got bipartisan outrage about the government of Haiti. That's not a good place for the government of Haiti to be in. They could lose federal aid, and I would like to know if ICE, since you've already gotten a letter from U.S. senators looking into this, if perhaps you could communicate to either the Department of State or the government of Haiti and say that their behavior was unacceptable and we need them to change.
I'll certainly raise that subject again this afternoon.
So I'd like to talk a little bit about the case of Sarah Root and how the person that killed her fled by posting bond. It is my belief that the bond system is in drastic need of reform in the United States. Only 2 major civilized countries have a major bail bond industry, a for-profit industry. It's the U.S. and the Philippines, the other one. Many other countries actually ban money bond, and that's because there is very little relationship between how much money someone can have posted or the cash on hand they happen to have and how dangerous they are. And in this case, it's a good example where someone posted money and then fled. It seems to me to make a lot more sense if we eliminated money bond and instead went to a risk assessment system, which is what the District of Columbia has done for many years. And basically they say, look, if you're at risk of fleeing or if you're dangerous, we're just not going to release you. But if you're not, and you're poor and you can't post the bail, we're going to release you. We're going to do it based on a risk assessment. And I think what happens often is these judges and the whole system tends to look at the money factor and say, oh, if they can post $50,000, we're just going to release them. And really, in real life, there's very little relationship between money and how dangerous the person is or whether they can flee. Often it just depends, can you get someone to post that 10% for the rest of the bond? And so appreciate if you could look at how the bond system in the federal government may actually be helping to release people that are quite dangerous or at risk of fleeing. And maybe we should reverse that and look at a risk assessment system. I know this is not a partisan issue. The state of Kentucky is looking at moving towards a risk assessment system. And so could you look into that issue and let us know?
Well, actually, sir, it's supposed to be a risk assessment. I don't know the specifics.
But here's a problem. When you attach for-profit money to that system, it warps it so that judges, I think, don't do the proper risk assessment. I think judges would do a much better risk assessment if they thought, hey, it's on me now. It's not really how much money this person can post. It's my decision whether to release that, and it's totally on the judge and the factors. So if you could look at, would you at least look at that issue?
I certainly can.
Great, thank you. And with that, I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Grothman for his 5 minutes.
Right. You right now are supposed to fill an average number of beds of 34,000 a day. Is that correct?
That's what we've been authorized for, yes, sir.
Right. And of those, are they filled now? About?
Excuse me?
Are they filled now? About?
We're about at 32,000, I think the last time I checked, average daily population. And right around that number in terms of like the last time I looked that day.
Yep. And of those 32,000, how many are people who've been found guilty of a crime, and how many are people who are maybe just for whatever reason grabbed at the border?
There would be some that are there because of having been charged with a crime, and others that are recent border entrants, some that came into the country after January 1st.
Right. About how much of each?
I can get you those percentages.
Like about half-half, 80-20, 90-10?
I hate to pull something out of the air, sir, but I certainly can look at that.
Okay. So you have extra bed space available now?
About 200, if I'm right. And of course, that number varies from one day to the next because...
I thought you said you had about 32,000 in there and you're authorized for 34,000.
I'm sorry. Did I say 200?
Yeah.
Let me add an extra zero. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. Right now, what percentage of criminals who could be deported you think are being deported?
Every criminal who has a final order of removal and a travel document is in the process of being removed.
Right, but there are criminals right now who are arrested for crimes who are not removed, correct?
Yes.
And do you know percentage-wise, the number of people we could remove, what percentage are being removed?
Any given year, no, I don't, not right now.
Could you guess wildly, half, a third, 90%?
It's a portion of it. I would think it'd be, I don't want to guess, sir. I'll give you a proper percentage.
Okay. Could you tell us what type of crimes we don't remove people for now?
Oh, traffic tickets?
Drunk driving? Do you
I'm sorry, that's not a crime, obviously. It's a civil
Right, right, right,
matter.
right.
It could be for minor offenses. Gosh, the list is long and depends on a
Well-
state by state.
Well,
Let me put it this way, where the offense has a possible sentence of less than a year probably, those are often misdemeanors.
and you wouldn't remove somebody for that?
It depends. Our priorities do allow us to move people with multiple misdemeanors. They're our priority. We just have to look at every case on a case-by-case basis and the facts relating to that case.
Do you have a data bank of all the people who have been committed of a crime who are here illegally?
We have the criminal history on anybody we've touched who's in the removal process.
Okay, well, okay, it's kind of difficult. I'm going to ask the chairman maybe to have another follow-up hearing so you can come back with more answers. But right now, if somebody is charged with 2 burglaries in the state of Wisconsin and convicted, are they going to be part of your database?
The offenses they're charged with?
Yes.
Yeah, probably so, because we'll be drawing the criminal history of each one of them.
Okay, so you have a data bank somewhere in which you are trying to keep track of all illegal immigrants here who are convicted of crimes?
Those that we know about.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Do you feel that there are a lot you don't know about?
Pardon?
Do you feel there are a lot you don't know about?
Well, I said there were about 2 million people in the process, and the guesses are that there are about 11.2 million here who we may or may not know about. So one could draw a conclusion from that there's 9 million or so who we don't know about, that are in the shadows.
But the question is, did they commit crimes? You feel they're...
About people I don't know, we don't know what, if we don't know who that person is here, we don't know what their criminal history is.
This is the question I'm going to try to get at. If an illegal immigrant commits 2 burglaries in this country, will you find out about it?
Yes, we may. It depends on how...
Every one of your questions, every one of your answers is not quite on point. Yes, we may. I mean, will you or won't you?
Sir, it depends on the local jurisdiction. I mean, if the local jurisdiction keeps records well and they input into the system that we are a part of, I can't give you an unequivocal answer. It's not a simple matter.
Can you give us any public policy reason why, say if somebody commits a burglary, why they should not be deported?
No. It depends on the cases and the facts relating to that case. If it's a burglary if the person's been here for 25 years, they have 3 U.S. citizen children, and the burglary was 24 years ago, looking at it on a case-by-case basis, we may make a decision not to remove them, but not to detain them.
I have no more time.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member on the National Security Subcommittee, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this hearing. I want to associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, and also the written comments of the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney. And I want to express my condolences to the families as well. And thank you for turning your tragedy into something that may eventually help other families from the same tragedy that has befallen your family. So thank you for taking something very, very bad, something very painful, and trying to make something positive out of it. I appreciate your courage and your willingness to do that. I just want to make a couple of observations here. Ms. Saldana, you're aware of the Sadvitas versus Davis case, where the Supreme Court back in 2001 said that if you're holding a person an illegal alien charged with a crime, that has a deportation order, but there's no foreseeable opportunity for that person to be deported, you got to release them.
Painfully aware.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing back to Congress. You know, we've got a responsibility here. We got to recognize the context in which all this is happening, and it is happening in the absence of a coherent and workable immigration policy. And I've had a chance with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to go down to Central America. We went down to Honduras, went down to Guatemala, went down to El Salvador, and like it or not, because of the executive orders that are out there, these human traffickers, they call them coyotes, but I think that's too romantic a term. These are human traffickers, are capitalizing on that, and for $7,000, they'll give you 3 shots to get into the United States. And we visited some of the centers where if they get caught trying to cross the border, they get sent back. And
we're targeting those, Congressman.
yeah, I know. I'm just trying to make a point here. Every one of those kids that was returned, and there were hundreds that got caught at the border and were returned because in Mexico they support that sometimes. Every one of those kids was picked up by their family within a couple of hours. So this is an organized attempt. It's not something that's just, you know, people are desperate. They're economic refugees, and they're trying to have a better life. The point I'm trying to make is the last numbers we have for South and Central America, there are 61 million people living on less than $1 a day. They're desperate, extreme poverty, less than $1 a day. So if we have a system, if we're going to treat North and South America as a borderless region, then I think if we want an idea of what might happen, I think we look at Germany and we look at Europe. Because in that case, and I've spent a fair amount of time in Germany and in the Middle East and at refugee camps in the Middle East, we are asking for exact same problems where people are in desperate situations, and we do not have control of our border. We do not. And it is not the fault of customs, immigration and customs enforcement that we don't have control of our border. It's a problem of a willingness here in Congress to grapple with that problem. And we have a serious, serious problem. We can't have a Schengen zone here in the Western Hemisphere. We just can't sustain that. That's not a system that is going to provide for the safety of our citizens, and it's not going to be a system that will adequately address our need for legitimate and legal immigration. And I think it is, you know, you at one point you were pointing back at Congress and saying, you know, that you've got a responsibility here too, and I think you are absolutely right, Ms. Saldana. Congress is responsible. We're responsible. And I think there's a solution out there. And, you know, I think we've got to just, you know, let cooler heads prevail, despite the vitriolic language we hear elsewhere about, you know, painting every single person south of the border with the same brush. That's not helpful. It's not right. But at the same token, we have a prime responsibility of protecting our people. And this is a national security issue. We've got to get control of our borders, north and south. And the faster we do that, the better opportunity we'll have to come up with a cogent and sustainable and responsible immigration system. So I thank you for your attendance here today. I see I've exceeded my time, and I thank the Chairman for his indulgence. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Chairman. Thank you. Thank him for his hard work on this issue and a number of other members of the committee. I was struck by the Director's statement. In fact, she was looking directly at Congressman DeSantis, now the acting chair, when she talked about Republicans making this political. It's not about politics. It's about enforcing the law. It's about following.
I didn't say Republicans.
where your comments were obviously directed to Mr. DeSantis the entire time I was here. You were looking at Mr. DeSantis and following his opening statement and Mr. Chaffetz's opening statement, but that's fine. You didn't say Republican, so that's fine. You did say, I think political bannering was the term you used. So I want to try to dissect these numbers. And again, from my perspective, following the law is not politics. It's the rule of law. It's what America's supposed to do and what America's supposed to be about. So let's look at some of these. It seems to me there are 4 categories of individuals that ICE probably interacts with. You have the most basic. You have people who are here on a visa and they overstay or they violate their visa. I think the law says if someone does that, they're supposed to head back to their native country as well. Then you have someone who's an illegal entrant. They didn't come here on a visa. They just illegally entered the country. If that comes to your attention, you have them. They're also supposed to be deported. It's my understanding of the way the law is supposed to work. And then you have the categories that we're talking about today, a subset of this bigger universe, if I'm getting this all right. You got people who overstay their visas or are here illegally, illegal entrant, who commit a crime. And they're in your custody, they're supposed to be deported. And then it seems to me you have maybe the most important category. Overstay their visas or illegal entrant who commit a violent crime and then are in your custody and are supposed to be deported. So we got 4 categories where the law says they're supposed to be deported, but we're really only focused on the last 2. Actually, even a smaller subset, illegal entrants who commit a crime who then you have in custody. And my understanding is you've released 86,000 of just that subset over the last few years. And over half of that 86,000 were released at your discretion, what's commonly called prosecutorial discretion. Is that accurate, Director?
That's correct.
That's all correct. So again, when you break it down, people came here illegally, did a crime, many cases violent crime, were in your custody. The law says they're supposed to be deported, and at your discretion, not because their country wouldn't take them back, you couldn't get travel documents, or notwithstanding other reasons, but over half of those 86,000 where you just decided you were just going to not follow the law, you were going to release them.
I disagree with that. We do follow the law. The law that Congress has provided says that for those other than those that are subject to mandatory detention, a bond decision must be made, and cite some of the factors that we consider, very much what you're familiar with in the penal system.
But the fact remains, you release them.
After a careful analysis of each case.
Careful analysis. My guess is the families who are here, I also want to express my condolences to, would disagree with your careful analysis.
Are we 100% accurate every time looking back, sir? As I said earlier, we strive for perfection, but we are human and we do fall short sometimes.
Half of the 86,000 were the way I described it. Is that accurate, Director? Over half.
I think so. I think that's right.
What are the other reasons? What are the other 40%, 45%, whatever it is?
Someone who's on their deathbed and is going to, you have something from a doctor says there's no purpose in putting this person in detention. They're going to die in a few months. Someone who is too ill to board a flight and they have to be transported by air. Someone who is pregnant. Those are some of the reasons.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, again, I'm struck by the 4 different categories. We're focused on the most, what I think American citizens would say, the most dangerous category, and the fact that over half of them are released just because you can do it.
You provided, Congress has said we can do it. We wouldn't do it if Congress hadn't provided that you consider bond for those that are not subject to mandatory detention.
But my understanding is you have the capability to hold more, and you're not doing that.
We do, but I'm telling you that we exercise our judgment, sir, based on what you have told us.
Well, you can't have it both ways. It can't be your judgment and you have the capability to hold more, and then you blame it on Congress.
I'm not blaming it on Congress. I'm telling
you
what the law. Well, that's what the law says, sir. If that's what you.
But then it can't be your judgment, and so you can't have it both.
No, you've given us that judgment. You've said There are things that are mandatory, and everything else is
And you have the
discretionary.
capability to hold more people in that final category, illegal entrant, committed a violent crime, and they're in your custody. You have the capability, the facilities to hold more, and you're exercising your judgment to release them. And some of those people you release did violent crimes and actually took the life of American citizens.
Today, we have about 2,000 beds available,
Right.
based on what you authorized, this Congress authorized for us to do.
Yeah, so I think we're saying let's use them.
Okay? And tomorrow, it may be 34, it may be 36 tomorrow. That number fluctuates.
I'm over. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Connolly from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Saldana, and my heart also goes out to the Hartling family and the Root family. I'm a dad with a daughter. I cannot imagine. And it was a failure of the system that made you victims and made your daughters victims. We got a problem with immigration, and I think Director Saldana has been trying to point to that tome in front of her saying, I need your help in fixing that. Because there are problems in the current system that affect American citizens who count on it to protect them, but also immigrant families who want to make sure that they're treated with respect and dignity, because overwhelmingly most of them are not criminals. I want to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, 2 pieces of correspondence. One is from the Southern Poverty Law Center about some of the problems with the Atlanta immigration raids, and another one from my part of the country, Northern Virginia, from the Arlington Public Schools, direction given by the superintendent of schools to all families and staff because of growing anxiety about these raids in Northern Virginia.
Without objection.
I thank the chair. Ms. Saldana, I entered those letters into the record, and one of those letters states that ICE, quote, trampled legal rights, subjected mothers and children to terrifying and unnecessary police encounters, and tore families apart. It also says these raids have turned to schools, including students on their way to schools. Are there indeed ICE raids on students on their way to schools?
No, there are not raids. We conduct operations, sir, and I've really worked very hard in the community. I've met with lots of organizations that simply do not understand what ICE does. And when the term raid is thrown around, it implies a thoughtless sweeping of people. The people we targeted in both these operations that occurred earlier this year, Operation Border Resolve, Operation Border Guardian, were specifically targeted to people whose status was determined to be illegal, who had had run their gamut of appeals and rights and the process that's afforded them by the Immigration Naturalization Statute, who had a final order of removal and who were ready to be removed. That's not what I call a raid.
All right, you don't call that a raid. They do. And it's leading to superintendent of schools feeling he needs to provide counsel and reassurance to an entire school system based on the actions of ICE. Now, maybe that's justified, maybe it isn't, but maybe you want to talk to the superintendent of our schools in Northern Virginia.
I'm happy to. In fact, sir, if I can just brag a minute, we have set up a network. We're setting up a network of community relations officers, people who will meet with law enforcement, with school superintendents, with Rotary clubs, whoever will listen to us, so that we can lay out for them exactly how we go about our business. The taxpayer is entitled to know that,
Yep.
and that's why we want to do that.
Fair enough. But let me go back to a student. So a student on the way to school, Supreme Court's ruled that irrespective of status, if you're a student, you show up, you're entitled to a public education, correct?
I'm not sure. I take your word for it.
Well, it's a matter of case law.
Yes.
You were a
Whatever
U.S.
it is,
attorney. I mean, that was a Supreme Court ruling. I'm not making that up. And that's why local governments throughout America have to educate children irrespective of status. So whether they're documented or not is immaterial to a local public school. And is ICE targeting children based on their documentation on the way to what is a constitutionally protected education?
No, just adults. Unaccompanied
Just
children who have aged out are eligible.
Okay.
If they're over 17, I believe, or older. So no, we don't target children.
Okay. I've got a few seconds left. While you're doing your outreach, I urge you to do it with members of Congress as well. I can tell you in my district, probably my #1 subject now is immigration, given the demographics of my district. And we need a partner in your agency. We're not trying to make your life more difficult, but we are trying sometimes to solve through difficult problems that are family-related and confusion and all kinds of other things.
I'd like to follow up with you.
I would love
and
to
get
do that
and
because
get that arranged.
if we don't have your cooperation, we can't resolve some problems. And trying to make sure that from the top down, caseworkers cooperate with members of Congress as they're trying to do their jobs too, on behalf of their constituents is always welcome. I wish I had more time. I thank the Chair for the hearing. And again, my profound sympathies go with the families. There aren't words to describe how we feel.
Gentleman's time's expired. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Gowdy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I appreciate your service in a previous life, and I got to confess to you, I was surprised when you used the phrase political bannering in your opening. I was not only surprised, I was disappointed. Because you seem to direct that towards the Republicans. It was the Solicitor General of this administration not 2 weeks ago before the Supreme Court who talked about the damage wreaked by the separation of families. Of course, he wasn't talking about Sarah Root's family, and he wasn't talking about Joshua Wilkerson's family, and he wasn't talking about Casey Chadwick's family or Kate Steinley's family. He was talking about the families of people who are not here legally, and that just struck me as a political comment that he made. And of course, it's not us on our side that advocate for sanctuary cities, which is quintessentially a political analysis that we're going to allow state and local officials to decline to follow federal process, but at the same time, we don't trust state and local cops enough to actually enforce immigration laws. That is a political calculus. That is not one done by folks on our side of the aisle. My friend from Maryland, Mr. Cummings, went to great lengths to quote from, episodically, from a single Republican. I've never heard him quote Secretary Castro, who has come before committees of this Congress and advocated for citizenship for all 12 million aspiring Americans. Like all 12 million can pass a background check. All 12 million, not a single one of them can't pass a background check. So if we're going to talk about political pandering, and if we're going to use your phrase, and you're the one who used it, I think we ought to at least acknowledge there's plenty of political pandering going on your side as well.
Let me make myself very clear. Very clear. I was not referring to one party or the other. I asked for everyone to drop the political banter and fighting and help me get a system that works.
All right.
I want the record to be clear on that.
The record's clear. Let's let the record be clear about one other thing, because I am vexed as to why Mr. Mejia was not detained. Can you tell me, as a former prosecutor, why the killer of Sarah Root was not detained?
An individual from ICE looked at the specific facts and circumstances related to that matter. This individual had no criminal convictions, previous criminal convictions, and made a determination based on his judgment that he did not need to be detained.
And you
and I disagree with that?
No. It's more than that you and I disagree with that. That individual was in fact wrong because Mejia has failed to appear for court, has he not? Has he absconded?
It's very easy to look back, sir. Very easy to look back, and yes, he has
Well, I'm
absconded.
looking back so we can look forward and prevent the next one. And that's
Exactly
about
what I'd
all
like to
we can
do.
do unless we have a crystal ball, is look back and see what facts we were given him. Mr. Mejia The only two things you look at in a bond analysis are danger to the community and flight risk. Those are the only two things you look at. So help me understand why someone driving 3 times the legal rate of impairment who is not here legally, did he have any criminal history at all, any arrest at all?
We did not find criminal history. I think I've been advised by Senator Ernst that he had some traffic violations previously, but criminal convictions, our records didn't indicate that he had.
Has he failed to appear subsequently for court appearances?
Subsequent to what?
Subsequent to his killing of Sarah Root.
Oh, no, he did not appear for his
Right, so
immigration court hearing.
he's failed to appear. That was my question.
Absolutely.
So the discretion exercised was wrong.
These are tough decisions, sir.
This one actually is not that tough to me,
Well-
Director, with all due respect. It's not that tough.
Okay, federal judges.
Would you have granted a $5,000 bond for that defendant?
I don't think the bond was set at $5,000.
No, it was $50,000, which means he had to post $5,000.
Yes.
Would you have set that?
I would not. If I were a judge of that state court, and I believe that was a judge of the state court system who made that decision. Another factor that the officer from ICE might have looked at in making his decision. I will tell you, judges make tough decisions every day, and we can point to judges. I was on the receiving end of many of these as a prosecutor asking for bond, asking for detention, and a federal judge said no, and later that person absconded. Unfortunately, it irks me every time, of course. Unfortunately, it happens a lot.
Well, it does happen, and sometimes there are tragic consequences. I'm out of time, so I will close up with this. I believe in a previous life, I'm sure you work with state and local law enforcement in addition to federal law enforcement.
Absolutely.
And it's always struck me as unusual that we trust state and local law enforcement with the enforcement of every category of crime. I'm sure you had them on some task forces, whether it be narcotics, whether it be human trafficking. We trust them in child pornography cases. We trust them in all categories of cases, including traffic enforcement. So why don't we trust them in immigration cases?
Well, we do actually. We have a 287G program that we enlist the help of local law enforcement in helping us with immigration enforcement. There are a number of jurisdictions, and I've asked our people to expand that program.
You've asked them to expand it because it seems like it's shrinking.
No, sir, it's not shrinking, other than maybe a jurisdiction withdrawing. That I can't control. We beg them to stay, but sometimes they withdraw based on whatever consideration.
So you do trust state and local law enforcement to enforce immigration laws, and you do not buy into the Democrat mantra that somehow racial profiling prevents them from being able to enforce that category of crime, but not any other category of crime?
Well, that's a fully loaded question, which I'd like to break down, because there is racial profiling, sir. I'm not saying that it happens every day, but there is. And so for me to agree with your general proposition would require me to agree with parts of it that I don't agree with.
Well, I'd like to have this conversation more because there would be racial profiling in narcotics cases. There's racial profiling in traffic stop cases, and that doesn't stop feds and state and locals from partnering. So I'm just trying to understand why immigration cases are different.
And I think I said they're not different. We have a
You may have said it, but my Democrat colleagues have not. You may have.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes Delegate Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm less interested in the racial profiling than I am in the racial sensitivities raised by this issue. I want to thank you, Director Saldana, for being here. Like those who have spoken before me, I don't have the words to offer to parents who've lost their children, particularly when they consider that it could perhaps have been prevented. I have only the deepest condolences. I'd like to get beyond recrimination and into how you do law enforcement when the rhetoric is steeped with racial overtones. Look, I grew up in the District of Columbia. As a minority group, it was a deeply segregated city. I went to segregated schools. I couldn't go in public accommodations because I was black. And even the newspapers, the best newspapers, would say John Jones, black, committed X crime in Northeast Washington. This had an effect on me and how I felt about criminals, to tell you the truth. Because John Jones, black, sorry, they didn't say that then. John Jones, Negro, I don't know whether he was guilty or not. All I know is that by pointing out his race, my community, a minority group in this city, felt that law enforcement was pointed at all of us. So I want to ask about the delicate task of law enforcement when those that are chiefly involved do happen to be from a minority group. For example, Donald Trump, when he announced he was running for president, said something that if I put black in where Mexicans are, I think people would know how I and others who are from minority groups felt. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, rapists. Now, I want to ask about the effect on law enforcement, where you have the delicate task of, in fact, going mostly after perhaps Mexican Americans, Central Americans who are coming into this country, and operating under the specter, not of racial profiling, but from the highest levels on television every day, hearing ethnicity called out in relation to your work. How does that affect law enforcement from the point of view of those charged with carrying out law enforcement that will, in fact, mostly involve the very people whose names have been called out, with cheering from the grandstands? How does that affect law enforcement?
Well, we go about our business without regard to race. I will tell you this, though, Congresswoman. Immigration enforcement is a little different in the sense that the very definition of who we're after is determined by their country of origin, the fact that they're not from the United States, and they're here illegally.
Their country of origin will be where people of color are chiefly located. I understand where they come from. But the point is that they have many relatives in this country, too. And somehow or the other, law enforcement has to handle the delicate task of, you heard talk about the raids, perfectly legitimate to do, and somehow making sure it is not caught in the rhetoric we hear. We heard also from Mr. Trump that we should I would close up our borders to people, and he named who he was talking about, in this case, not Mexicans, but Muslims. Besides, apart from the ignorance of that statement, is completely sealing our borders to any group possible, and is it an effective way to combat terrorism?
Well, that's a huge issue, but I would say no. That's why everything we do, starting with the Secretary and his priorities, is based on a case-by-case basis. You've got to look at every individual. It doesn't matter.
Well, how could you, so sealing the borders would involve what?
I can't imagine how you'd go about that. I think there have been some discussion about building a wall and that kind of thing. That doesn't sound like it would secure anything, actually, because I've seen the videos.
Well, could you issue something for people coming overseas, saying if you're a Muslim, don't travel to the United States, you will not be accepted?
We would not do that.
From the leadership, from the highest points of leadership, somebody has to make the American people understand the delicacy of this task. So while I think of the relatives of those who have been lost, my second thought are with those who have to carry out this difficult mission. Thank you very much.
Gentlewoman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Thank you for coming. I just echo some of my colleagues. I appreciate your service and what you're trying to do, but to dismiss what we're trying to get to the bottom of as political banter, that's not what we're doing. I mean, when we see reports where, and many of these releases were before you were even in ICE, but when we see 124 people who had been in custody and were here illegally and then end up getting charged with murder, when you see things like Kate Steinle, who was just going about her business, and then she got killed by somebody who had no business being in the country, that's something that concerns people here in the Congress, but the American people. And our government is involved in a lot of different things. The type of health insurance you have to buy, how much water a toilet can flush, all these different things. And yet a core function of the government is to ensure the safety and security of the American people. And it's frustrating when government is involved in all these other things and then fails at its core function. So we are absolutely serious about it, and it's not political theater. It's just a frustration to have families who have to go through this. Now, you said something earlier in your testimony. You said that you need a removal order to deport someone. Without that, they can't be deported. Is that correct?
A final order of removal.
Well, because aren't there administrative removals?
Yes.
They're stipulated removals?
Yes, absolutely.
And then there are expedited removals, correct?
Yes, a person can volunteer to go back. A person who's caught at the border at ports of entry, we can move through that process a little quicker.
So there are ways to do it. And I think that part of the frustration is we've gone through the numbers a lot about the numbers that were discretionary versus what ICE would say because of the Supreme Court's precedent in the Zavidas case. But even there, that's a 6-month window. So you have somebody in custody, let's say, who got out of prison after committing a sexual assault against a child, and that individual is being held. You do have time to be able to repatriate that individual back to their own country. And what we're a lot of times told by DHS is, well, they don't get the paperwork to us in time, they don't do all this, and so then the 6 months elapse, and then this individual is released when they are clearly a danger to society. So you guys can work through this quicker. In some of these other countries, and I get that they're not always going to comply immediately, but we have not used any of our leverage against them. We have not done. The State Department has not suspended a single visa for any of these countries at all. We have the ability to do that. They depend on us more than we depend on their visas. And so what can you do to be able to move through the process quicker so that people who are clearly dangerous, have been convicted, don't have any legal right to be here, can be repatriated before that time limit expires?
I'm all about procedures and institutionalizing a process to make sure it works. My interest is not in second-guessing all our officers, is in setting up a process and procedure that will get to that.
So what do you need to do, though, to do that? What do we need to do? Because there's Mr. Gowdy, he has a legislative fix for this Zavidas issue. Is that something that you're familiar with?
I am not.
Would that be something you'd be open to learning about?
Absolutely, sir, and working with you on that total subject.
Because here's I guess the issue, and you've raised the statute books and you've said, look, they're not mandated to be deported, even if they've been convicted of some of these bad crimes, because Congress has made these decisions. And while some of those crimes, it's true, may not be mandatory, that doesn't mean that the law does not provide you at least authority to detain them. In other words, just because it's not in that book does not mean that they have to be released. It does not follow that that's the case. Now, do you agree with that?
That is true.
Okay. And then in terms of the immigration courts, you've mentioned those. Just so that the American people understand, the immigration courts, they're not Article III courts, correct?
They're not.
They're Article II. They're Article II courts, correct?
Yes.
So they're within the executive branch.
Within the Department of Justice.
And so if an immigration judge orders somebody's got to be released, and you feel that that's very strongly that that's bad for the safety of our country, you can then go to the higher up in the executive branch and try to change that, correct?
Bureau of Immigration Appeals, and then circuit courts after that.
Okay, great. Do you know when we first did this issue, in fiscal 13, there had been 36,000 individuals who had been released, who had been convicted of crimes but were here illegally. And as of last year, there had been 1,000 of those people who had already been convicted of new crimes. Do you guys have the figures on anybody from FY13 through FY15 who has been in ICE custody, previously been convicted of a crime and then got released and then got convicted of a new crime?
I don't know about 15 precisely. We may have 15, but yes, we do have those numbers generally.
Okay, well, if you can provide those for us, I think that would be important. Then also back from 13, because I know that's obviously probably changed since the last time we have it. My time is up, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Heiss for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, bottom line, when we all come to this, everybody involved, when it comes to the issue of criminal aliens, the public safety is paramount for past victims as well as potential future victims. We agree on that?
Yes, sir.
With these criminals under the custody of ICE, are there convicted sex criminals?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many?
I think that number is available, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you could provide that, I would appreciate it.
But
to that specific...
In 15, sir?
From my understanding, in 15, there were almost 1,000 sex criminals released.
That may be right.
Okay. Let me go on from there. Of these sex offenders who are released back into society, does your agency notify law enforcement?
We do, and this is something I think I testified about the last time I was here. I'm very proud of the fact that we have stood up the law enforcement notification system, whereby when we are releasing actually more than just sexual offenders, but other criminals into a state that we believe they have indicated and they're going to a specific state, we notify them that they're on
Notify who?
the state database. Usually it's the state office, and for example, in my state of Texas, in Austin,
because you promised last time you were here that by the end of 2015 that the states law enforcement would be notified. I spoke with the sheriff of Gwinnett County this week, which is the second largest county in America next to Harris County, Texas, where criminal aliens are being released, and he says he does not hear from you.
I did exactly as I promised. We did get the notification system up and running by the end of last year to the states. What we're working now is phase 2.
So let's just cut to the quick of this. So you're saying that when an illegal alien, sex offender, or any other is released into a community, you are assuring me that law enforcement is notified?
The state law enforcement, yes. The state that's responsible for all the local jurisdictions within.
But not the specific counties?
No, we have 254 counties in the state of Texas. It would be very difficult to do that, but we are trying.
But isn't that where the rubber hits the road?
Absolutely, and that's why we're in phase 2, Congressman. We're in phase 2, which is we're going to be communicating with the specific local jurisdictions.
All right, what about victim notification? Are they notified when a criminal is released? Say you have someone who is raped, the rapist is released in their community, is that victim notified?
We have a criminal notification system, just like the Department of Justice does with respect to the penal system, and people sign up for that, and we do issue notices.
So let's suppose a rapist is released. They do not register, as we know many of them do not do, on the sex offender registry. How does a previous victim know that that predator is released?
They sign up. I think Mr. Root did this also with respect to his situation. He wanted to be advised about the proceedings with respect to that particular illegal immigrant. But they sign up for the victim notification system, and that's how we give them that information.
And all of them sign up?
I can't say that all of them sign up.
Well, I guess really my question has to do with the predators themselves, who were released. I've actually introduced a bill, and I think that it closes this loophole, H.R. 2793. It's called TRACK. It would require ICE to register these sex offenders on the national registry when they are released. Right now, that is required of every citizen of the United States who commits a sex crime. They are put on the National Sex Offender Registry. That is not the case with illegal aliens who commit sex crimes. And I don't understand that for one reason. It seems very commonsensical to me that if an illegal individual in this country commits a sex crime, they need to be put on the National Sex Offender Registry when they are released. Would you have a problem with that, with supporting that bill?
Well, I understand that's what happens with respect to any person that's...
It does not happen with respect to illegals.
Well,
that's the point.
And my concern is we expect the person to...
Do you really expect a person to put themselves on a National Sex Offender Registry? It doesn't happen.
Well, that's what you all have provided for with respect to
Would
sex offenders.
you have a problem with ICE being required to make sure that they are put on the National Sex Offender Registry?
I certainly like to look at that and study it, sir. Yes.
I would like, Mr. Chairman, to encourage all our colleagues to get on board with H.R. 2793. This is a common sense approach to close an enormous loophole by requiring these people to be put on the National Sex Offender Registry.
2793, 27?
2793.
Thank you, sir.
I think the gentleman, the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for questions. Ms. Saldana, I'm going to come to you because throughout this testimony this morning, you've made a point to pat the large book in terms of the law that you need help with. You've said it's somebody else's fault. You continue to focus on everyone else that has a stake in this, and yet some of the blame actually rests directly with you. And so that's where I want to go with this, because you've been equivocating, in my opinion, with some of the questions that have been answered. And you know, I think specifically the ones that I had issue with when you were talking with Mr. Grothman, when you talked about the fact, do you know the entire universe of those who have committed crimes that get detained? Do you know who they are? Yes or no?
Who are in the country illegally?
No, who get arrested by local law enforcement. Do you get notified of all of those under the new system, which would be the Priorities Enforcement Program?
We have the ability to check the system.
Do you know, yes or no, all of the people that are there? Do they ping DHS and you know it?
Not necessarily.
Okay, and is that a change?
Is what a change?
Is that where they don't ping DHS anymore? Is that a change in the way that you have been notified over the last 18 months?
It's a database.
Yes or no? I know the answer, so yes or no, is it a change?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, let me be a little bit. Under the Secured Communities Act, they were required to actually come and ping you and let you know that they had someone who had committed a crime, and it actually let you know that. Is that not correct?
I don't know that specific.
You're the head of the agency. How would you not know that?
That program has never been.
I'm a congressman, and I don't even know, and I've had to read up on it. So
that program has never been in effect since I've been director.
Okay, so the PEP program, let's look at it.
Community.
You're saying that they're all participating. What would you classify as participating by someone under the PEP program?
I didn't say they're all participating. All the jurisdictions, 3,000 plus in the country, are participating. I wouldn't have said that because that's not correct.
Well, you've said that, okay, well, what?
We've made progress.
Oh, say, made progress. So if someone has committed a violent act under the PEP program, are they required to let you know that they have them incarcerated? Yes or no?
No.
All right, so we could have an illegal alien that has had a violent crime, and local law enforcement does not have to let ICE know.
Doesn't have to, but many jurisdictions.
I know many do, but they don't have to let you know. Do you not see a problem with that?
That's why I'm working so hard to
well,
change
but you're
the
not
minds
working
and
hard.
hearts
So let me go on a little bit further. Why would ICE be arresting and detaining 40% less people than they did in a previous year?
Apprehensions. Apprehension numbers are down.
So are you saying, so is it your testimony here today that there's less people that are actually committing the crimes?
Well, I didn't get to finish my answer.
No, I'm all ears.
Okay.
Because I want to understand how all of a sudden there has been this 40% reduction in crimes by illegal aliens according to your stats. Because you're not 40% less on detainers, 40% less on administrative removals. How all of a sudden did that happen this year?
What happened, sir?
40% less detainers, 40% less removals.
Well, I'll tell you, we have fewer people in the system. I mean, that's going to be a
By design, because you've changed the system to make sure there are fewer people in the system. And that's the frustration of the parents, is what happens is you have made the universe lower so you can report less people that you let out of jail free. Do you not see a problem? Listen, if you want to go over the numbers privately after this hearing, I'll be glad to go over the numbers. I'm a numbers guy.
Yeah.
So you tell me how it could be 40% less.
As I started, part of it is the apprehensions, the number of people in the system. We are going about our apprehensions, all our decisions, on a very informed
No, not informed, because you have to know the whole universe of the people in order for it to be informed. So how many drug dealers, how many rapists, how many kidnappers do you let get out of jail free card?
None that have a final order removal, and we're able.
No. You're equivocating again. The
I'm
final
not equivocating. There's not simplistic answers.
Okay,
to
out
this,
of the
sir.
7,000 plus that you had the discretion to let go, were any of those violent? That you had total discretion over letting go. I'm saying there weren't traffic offenses. Out of those discretion, were any of those violent?
Yes, there were some that had been convicted of
so
violent crime.
don't blame it on everybody else. So that
I'm
was
not
your.
blaming it on everybody else.
So violent criminals at your discretion have been let go.
Yes, some by order
Do you
of the
not
court.
see a problem with that?
Sir, it's all based on the statute.
Don't go there, because I can
How
go
can I
further.
leave the statute out?
It is prosecutory discretion, and that's your discretion, ma'am, and that is my problem.
And I can't
And I'm out
ignore
of
the
time.
statute.
I'm out of time, but are you willing to take me up and go through all these numbers after the hearing? Because I'm perfectly willing.
Always,
and then we'll go
always
public with them, right?
Happy to meet with you.
All right. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Farenthold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of lines of questions, but I want to start with this discretion stuff that everybody is talking about. Congress has given you guys the discretion to not deport people. I could give I give my children discretion to spend their allowance as they see fit. I would probably have to come back and revisit that if I thought they were being stupid about how they were exercising that discretion. And to me, it seems like you're exercising your discretion in a way that's coming up with tragic results. Listen, I think I can all understand you've got a violent criminal who's hospitalized and isn't expected to live 6 months. Of course you use the discretion there. It's not worth the money, or it's probably not even possible to safely transport that person to their country of origin. But that's the far extreme. I think you're too far towards, well, we're just going to let them go. And I think that's the criticism that you're hearing from the members of Congress here. Even though we've given you the ability to do something, doesn't mean you should do it. And I just wanted to clear that up, because I think in all the back and forth here, that hasn't entirely been made clear. I think the whole point of this hearing is there are a good many members on this panel who have you up here because we think that discretion isn't being exercised wisely.
I got that impression.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on that. I want to talk a minute about the Priority Enforcement Program. I meet and hear quite a bit from my local sheriffs in Texas. And as a Texan, everybody loves the sheriffs and they all have an opinion. And what I hear from them is that they are having problems in getting you guys to determine what about detainers. And sometimes they will arrest somebody and it'll be 3, 4, 5 days before they hear back from you guys as to whether or not to issue a detainer. And by that time, the person is already bonded out. So how can we improve that process to where they get, let's say, pick a number, 24-hour response there?
Okay. I don't have to tell you that there are 254 counties in the state of Texas, and it is wide and
Right.
long.
But everybody's got a computer. I mean,
Oh, yeah. But the problem is getting to the specific local jurisdiction within a timely manner. So we try to get people there as quickly as possible.
right, but what they want is a determination of whether or not to keep them. Most of the sheriffs I know, they'll drive them to you. They'll be happy to deliver them.
Congressman, oh my goodness, thank you so much. Would you give me the names of those
Yes, I will.
sheriffs? No, I am not only half kidding. I would like to know any sheriff that is having any difficulty in hearing back from ICE. I want to know that.
We'll get you that
Thank you,
information.
sir.
We've actually worked with some of your local people and have seen that improve some.
And I've got to say, the great state of Texas does a very good job of cooperating
Well, we're
with
spending
us.
an awful lot of money doing the job that the federal government could do. We could do a whole other hearing on whether or not and how much Texas should be reimbursed for doing the federal government's job. But I also want to talk about the 287G program. And what the sheriffs have found is that if they have the revenue to pay for somebody, in a lot of these small counties, you look at Brooks County, small county, very little property value, they don't have the ability to pay for a person y'all will give them the training for free, but they've got to pay the salary for the person. But what has been found effective in that program, in addition, is you get a jailer in that program where they can actually access the computer and information database directly, and then they're able to determine. So I would encourage you to work on growing that program. I'm working with the appropriations to make sure y'all have the money to continue to make that work. My final question is, I'm going to get back to discretion for a second. And you don't make the decision for everybody there. I mean, it's delegated down the line. How do you ensure that it's consistent, and how do you ensure that the person who has that discretion isn't of a disposition to say, oh, let's just let them all go?
No, sir. They all know my background, and they know that would be fully unacceptable. What we do is we train, we issue directives and policies, make things clear, give guidance. We revisit. I have myself, at least once, maybe twice, gotten on the phone with each one of the 24 field office directors with responsibility across the country to say my expectations and to make sure that people have the message of how we go about our business with respect to detention and those decisions and the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in general. But it is a challenge when you have 6,000 officers out there who are involved in this. We just need to stay on top of it. I've got my field leadership coming in next week. We're going to go through this item by item and talk about the general subject of, is the word getting down all the way? So that's what I do. It's a constant vigilance.
Well, I have plenty more to talk about. My time has expired.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Sedana, for being here. Ms. Sedana, last year, it's my understanding that you released 19,723 illegal aliens with criminal records. 19,723. That's the number I've been given. 19,723.
That number is correct by, remember, court order or some discretion.
And these are illegal aliens with criminal records such as kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide.
That's correct.
You say that somewhat matter-of-factly as if it's okay.
Well, it's not okay, but that's what the statute tells me, sir. It tells me we need to that we need to abide.
You know, it's just unbelievable to me that we have released 19,723 illegal aliens with criminal records such as kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide. It's appalling. No wonder America's in an uproar right now.
It is appalling.
It
You
is appalling.
speaking to the Supreme Court of Texas, the United States, with respect to some of it. The immigration courts have another aspect.
So tell me when you can detain them. What's a priority one? Explain to me what a priority one is, very succinctly, very quickly.
At threats generally to national security and
So kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide are not priority one?
Yes, they are in that priority if they're convicted.
If they're convicted?
Yes.
Now, you got me confused here. We established the fact that you've released 19,723 illegal aliens with criminal records, including those with kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide, and you're telling me you shouldn't have released them?
No, I'm telling you, you just asked about priority one. There's another priority they might be included in. And let me just remind you,
There's another priority, so there's more than just priority
three
one?
priorities.
There are two priorities. And the second priority includes kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide.
Well, the first could also. The first could because it is persons convicted of crimes. We don't, in the United States, we don't assume somebody is going to be convicted until they've actually been tried. I'm just saying a simple matter of fact. I think that's fairly obvious.
So you just go ahead and release them?
And I should remind you that you all determined...
So you, please answer my question. So you'd go ahead and release them?
If we've been ordered by a court, or if we've exercised a discretion in looking at the entire case,
so
we may make that
why are you
decision.
releasing them instead of deporting them?
Because of all the strictures in this statute, sir. I am not going to go outside the law in what I do. I cannot deport somebody without a final order of removal who's had the entire framework, been allowed to follow the entire framework you have provided, including appeals and consideration by the courts with respect to their claims of asylum or torture or whatever it is.
So you're just releasing them right here in America, not deporting them at all. They're staying here, and then we've had numerous examples of where they've gone and committed these crimes again? Don't you find that to be somewhat appalling?
That's horrible. I wish we were. I wish there were no crime committed by anyone.
Well, let me ask you something else. Let me ask you, and since fiscal year 2012, the annual budget has increased more than $680 million. Is that correct? That's the figures I've been given. Since 2012, your budget has increased more than $680 million.
ISIS? Yes.
But at the same time, the number of aliens removed has decreased by 174,000. 174,000. Can you tell me what the reason for that is?
Because we can only remove those people that have final order of removal and the appropriate travel documents.
Well, if we cut your budget, would you stop releasing them? Because we're giving you money and you're releasing them.
Sir, you know, you're misrepresenting the facts when you say you release them.
I'm not misrepresenting the fact that we have increased your budget over $680 million and you have decreased the number of people that you've deported by 174,000.
Let's make it clear that these releases, only 7,000 plus, have been entirely discretionary. But it's not willy-nilly. It's made on the case-by-case analysis of the record that we have in front of us and on flight risk analysis.
Let me ask you this. DHS leadership took $113 million that Congress appropriated to ICE detention and reprogrammed it for use by Secret Service and FEMA. Why was that? Are you familiar with that?
That is a secretarial level decision.
Oh, a secretarial level decision.
Well, it's the Department of Homeland Security, sir.
Okay. Okay. So that you wouldn't have been involved in that and you wouldn't have known about that?
In the decision?
Or even in the process?
Am I informed about it? I'm informed about the process, but the decision is a secretary.
So we're giving you money, and here we are releasing less than 174,000. You know, I'm just appalled by this. This does not make any sense at all what we're doing. No wonder America's upset. But they should be upset.
The gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, and I appreciate this, but Ms. Noya, we got to do something. This is ridiculous, ludicrous.
Gentleman's time.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now I recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Saldana, critics have argued that one factor encouraging illegal immigrants to enter the U.S. is the belief that once they enter the country, they will not be removed. I think that's been pretty well established here. Secretary Jay Johnson recently stated that the 11 million illegal immigrants in this country are not going away and that are in effect, and I find this absolutely astonishing, United States citizens. Does that include those who have criminal records? It's a yes or no. I'm just asking,
Sorry.
Is that a yes or no?
And just, if you won't mind repeating me, what was your question specifically?
Jay Johnson stated that there are 11 million illegal immigrants in the country who are not going away. They are in effect United States citizens. Does that include those who are here who have criminal records That's a yes or no.
I don't think he said they're United States citizens, sir.
He said, in effect, United States citizens. But that's not we're not debating what he said. I'm asking you to believe that, that includes those who are here with criminal records. Are they?
They are not United States citizens.
No, are they staying?
We're doing our best to remove them.
Well, I don't know about that, because let me tell you what just happened in Alabama just earlier this month. Authorities in Oxford, Alabama, which is not in my district, arrested 3 men. 2 were from Honduras and 1 from Mexico. One of the men, Camilo Antonio Espinoza Medrano, had been ordered removed from the United States in absentia by an immigration judge on or about January 7, 2014. According to the affidavit, it appears Medrano failed to voluntarily deport himself. Another guy, one of the other guys, Enrique Benitez of Mexico, an immigration history check confirmed Benitez was illegally present in the United States. His criminal history check showed that he has prior convictions for possession of cocaine in 2011 and evading arrest in 2008 in the District Court of Dallas County, Texas. Now, let me tell you why they were here. They were working for a security group out of Honduras who is a front for a drug cartel. And they were here, and here's what the affidavit says. Supposedly, they were here through a deal arranged through a security company owned by the French boss, who Benitez, another one of the guys, knew as an enforcer and debt collector for drug organizations. Benitez, they were going into a private residence to steal a safe and kidnap the occupants. And Benitez further stated that he and the other individuals traveled to Oxford, Alabama, and provided firearms, bulletproof vests, camouflage clothing, and other gear to do the job. And the group was instructed to assault the residence and take its occupants captive. Now, here's the point. 2 of these men had criminal records. One goes back to 2008, but they're still here. Now, because of the excellent work of the Oxford Police Department, who stopped them on a traffic stop but realized that something wasn't right when they saw them in camouflage and had weapons. And by the way, one of the weapons was a Smith & Wesson pistol that was confirmed stolen by the Arlington, Texas Police Department. Can you imagine what would have happened if they'd carried out this and kidnapped those people? And let me tell you what Benitez said. He planned to use the handgun to shoot the occupants of the house if they presented a firearm during the home invasion. This is Alabama. I want to remind you, it's Alabama. Just about every house has a gun, and for good reason. I won't get into this administration's policy on gun control, but let me tell you. Can you imagine what would have happened if they'd shot that police officer? This is insane. You can't you let people in here, you do criminal background checks, they commit crimes. I've got a deal here where one guy raped a 10-year-old girl in Alabama. Here's another one. Sofan Eldon had 34 arrests over 12 years. He's a Palestinian. When he was arrested by the Hueytown Police Department, which is in my district, ICE told them they couldn't deport him because the U.S. doesn't recognize Palestine. Director Saldana, it's been reported that ICE recently proposed changing current policy to require that fingerprints be taken from all people claiming custody of children who have entered the United States illegally without an adult relative. Let me ask you this. Among the many policy suggestions that have been made, do you think this would be an effective policy to also implement for illegal immigrants who are repeat criminal offenders but are not considered priority 1 in accordance with current DHS policy?
I would consider that. We have not proposed that, but I would consider it.
Well, why haven't you?
Done what, sir? Propose that?
Why haven't you not proposed it? Why haven't you taken that action?
I'll tell you, sir, there's a lot of things I need to get to, and I'm pedaling as fast as I can. But we all have that under advisement right now, and we're looking at it.
Well, pedaling as fast as you can won't do much good for people who are at a funeral.
That's the best I can do.
I'll yield back.
And that's what's pathetic. Mr. Walker of North Carolina is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by recognizing two groups of people. The first one is Sarah Ann Root, age 21. Mr. Root, I'm proud of you for representing her today, and I'm also proud of your service to our country. Casey Chadwick. Ms. Hartling, as a former minister, I can only imagine what your family's gone through and losing this 25-year-old beautiful daughter here. And there's Marilyn Ferris. Chief Martin, thank you for coming all the way to represent her today. There's also another group of people that I want to talk about. Three people, again. Edward Mejia, Jean Jacques, and Victor Ramirez. They also have something in common today, in the fact that all three of them were arrested on previous charges before they ultimately committed this heinous crime. Victor Ramirez was an illegal from Mexico. The chief did his part. Over a 15-month time, he arrested this gentleman 6 times. 6 times. Over 15 months. Yeah, this is the guy, along with his partner, that beat Mrs. Ferris' face in with a hammer. Somehow she fought back, survived 8 days. See, this is huge. And then we hear today from my colleagues that the way we justify this is that criminal aliens, according to one statistic, commits less crimes than the general public, of which you had a sweet chat with them about. Well, what if they weren't here to begin with? Would they have committed these crimes? It's not rhetorical. If they were never here, would they have committed these crimes?
No.
And then we talk about the challenge of returning these people to the country. And then I believe, if I want to make sure that you were on record saying this as the Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, did I hear you say correctly that sealing our borders or building a wall or even finishing the wall of 2006 from the former George Bush as president, you said that that would not help us prevent illegals from coming in our country? Did you say that?
I said, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've seen many videos where people scale those walls very easily. That's just not the only answer. There's lots of things we have to do to secure the border.
Yeah. So it's easier not to have a wall at all instead of making somebody go and scale a wall, in your opinion. I don't understand that a bit. Here's the data, and let me start with a question here. Do you believe that the sexual assault, abuse, and exploitation are heinous crimes? We'd agree with that, wouldn't we?
Yes.
Okay. And a little earlier, my colleague, Mr. Carter, talked about charges. These 19,000 are not charges, they're convictions.
Yes.
Okay? And according to this, including 1,614 convictions of sexual offense. My wife's a sexual assault nurse examiner. She works in this world. She understands that she's reaching out to the people who are going through their very darkest point of life. 352 convictions involved commercial sex trade. My state's number 9 in the country. Yet for some reason, these are listed as priority 2 instead of priority 1. Why is that?
Sir, because the most serious offenses are listed in priority 1. The most serious offenses, terrorism, it's just a matter of directing resources in the place that will hurt the country the most.
So you're telling me that sexual offenses or the rape of a 6 or 7-year-old child is not as an important offense as some others?
I was a United States attorney. Do you know the answer to that question? Of course it's a serious offense.
But I'm just going with what you just told me, that you said, no, that's not. That's priority 2 because it's more concerned with other.
Sir, in your authorization, you have directed us to prioritize you direct that the Secretary of Homeland Security shall prioritize the identification and removal of aliens convicted of a crime by severity of that crime. And that is exactly what we've done. You may disagree with the 3 categories or the way they were placed, but you directed us to do that, and the Secretary did that.
Well, here's what I hope we agree on, is that we have a major problem, and we have illegal aliens in this country committing heinous crimes who are not being deported. I also want to add one more thing in closing here, in my 30 seconds that I have left. There was a statement made earlier that law enforcement needs to be concerned about the delicate task of not putting some of the national of origin into the definition of the criminal activity. Do you believe that law enforcement should stop putting? I look at Chief Martin, who worked 30 years in gang-related activities, went to El Salvador and did some great work there. Do you believe that we should stop or drop the the race part of describing some of the crimes that are going on?
We have to look at whether someone's in the country who's not a citizen. So we have to look at the country of their origin.
Okay, I don't know whether that was a yes or no, but with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The chair will recognize himself for 5 minutes. Ms. Saldana, you've got a little bit of attention at your outset when you encouraged us this morning in your opening statement to drop the political banter. And I think you pointed to the rules and regs and the statutes that are in front of you, and you invited us to help you develop a system that works. And I'd like to talk about that. In fact, you and I have talked about that in the past. So let's go back to something you and I have talked about before, which would it help you develop a system that worked if we figured out a way to require local law enforcement to cooperate with your retainer requests?
Well, we need to figure out a way to get law enforcement to work with us, just like this individual from law enforcement works with us. And I don't think he'd take kindly to us browbeating him,
Not browbeating.
and forcing him to do things.
Let's stay on topic. You know where I'm getting at, which is, would it help you develop a system that works if we required local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE?
Compulsory?
Yeah.
It would help me to some extent, but that's what I'm doing in PEP, is I am trying to get
Okay, well,
everybody
let's talk about
to
that.
the table.
To what extent? Because that's the third answer I've gotten now. Because I asked you the exact same question in June of 2015. I asked you, quote, would it help if we clarified the law to make it clear that it was mandatory that those local communities cooperate with your detainer requests, end quote. And you answered, thank you, amen, yes, end quote. The next day, however, you released a statement that read, in relevant part, a different answer, quote, any effort at federal legislation now to mandate state and local law enforcement's compliance with ICE detainers will, in our view, be a highly counterproductive step. Now, end quote. Today, you just gave me a third answer, which is, in a way, it would actually help. So let's talk about how requiring local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE would help you.
In enforcing the 4,000 laws that the Department of Justice had to enforce and I had to enforce as a United States Attorney, I found that the best way to work with state and locals is through cooperation and agreement and standing by side by side.
Well, that's fair, but if I'm in a city that has said, you know what, we want to be a sanctuary city, we don't want to cooperate with ICE, my guess is the chance for cooperation is probably gone at that point. Wouldn't it help you do your job if we went to these so-called sanctuary cities and said, you know what, you can't do that. You have to cooperate with ICE when it comes to dealing with the sorts of people who kill their children.
I am working with all the cities, whether they want to.
How's that working in San Francisco?
We're making some inroads. I believe we've got,
Would
yes.
it help you more if we required them to do it?
I don't think the local government would be more cooperative if you browbeat them over the head by saying the feds.
How about if we required them by law to do it or denied some type of federal money?
I think that they are, at least I've heard, sir, and read, that state and local governments don't want the federal government to tell them what to do.
Do you think that a state and local government should have the right to tell the federal government that they're not going to cooperate with an immigration issue?
No.
Okay, so they don't have a right to do it, but they're doing it anyway. And you don't want us to bring them into line. You don't want to require...
I am telling you the realities of the real world, and that is in trying to get people to work with us for the bottom line, and that is the public safety.
I hate to be melodramatic because it's not usually what I'm very good at. Turn around and tell the people behind you about the real world.
I have been, and I hope they've been hearing me.
Let me ask you this. Does the Sanctuary City program put your field personnel at more risk than they would be otherwise?
Having to go into a jurisdiction into somebody's home when we could have gotten them at a local sheriff's or police department, yes, it does put them at risk.
So you don't want us to take steps to lower the risk for your own people?
I'm saying give me an opportunity to get this done. PEP has only been in effect since last July. It's not even been a year. So give me some time to work with state and local jurisdictions. I have made tremendous headway. Of the top 25 jurisdictions that did not honor detainers, we've got 17 back at the table.
It's been a year since you were here last time. Let me ask you this. Does the Sanctuary City program put the public at risk?
I don't know what the Sanctuary City program is, sir.
Well, let's use the terminology we've been using for the last couple of minutes, which is the programs whereby cities say, you know what, we are not going to cooperate with ICE. ICE calls us and says, detain that person that you just picked up. And the city says, you know what, no, we don't want to do that. Does that
put the public at more risk.
I want every jurisdiction to cooperate with ICE.
Good. We could help you with that. Would you like us to help you?
I need all the help I can get.
Okay.
And I will work with you to try to come up with a rational system by which we can improve that situation.
Which is the third answer you've given, so I thank you for that. And I'll yield back the balance of my time to the Chair, and I will recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, all over this country, people have read headlines and stories similar to the ones, some that I have here. And this one story has been mentioned a few times already today, but I was presiding over the House earlier, and I didn't get in on all of this, and I know there are some people watching now who probably didn't hear some of these things earlier, but the Washington Examiner had a headline that said, ICE releases 19,723 criminal aliens, 208 convicted of murder, 900 of sex crimes. And before that, there was a story from the Washington Times, which the headline said 3,700 illegal immigrant threat level 1 criminals were released into the U.S. by the Department of Homeland Security. And that story said most of the illegal immigrant criminals Homeland Security officials released from custody last year were discretionary, meaning the department could have kept them in detention, but chose instead to let them onto the streets. Some of those released were the worst of the worst. More than 3,700 threat level 1 criminals who are deemed the top priority for deportation were still released out into the community. That's why people are so upset. That's why people are so angry about all of this. And then earlier we had a testimony in this committee from Jessica Vaughn from the Center for Immigration Studies, and she testified that ICE officials have told her that since the administration's policies on prosecutorial discretion were expanded, they are processing a small fraction of the number of aliens that they used to process. One recently told me that his office used to process as many as 100 aliens per day, but since the President's executive actions went into effect, now they are processing closer to 5 aliens per day with the same staff and budget. And it seems to me that this is a shameful record, that the people at the top should be embarrassed about this. As Mr. Carter pointed out about how the funds have gone up so much, and yet the prosecutions have gone way down. And I doubt that there is another agency in the entire federal government that has gotten the percentage increases, Director Saldana, that your agency has, percentage-wise. I mean, we just keep pouring more and more and more money into your agency, and we're getting less and less and less for that money. And I can tell you that people all over this country are angry about that and upset about that. Are you embarrassed about this in any way? Are you ashamed, disappointed? Surely you're not happy about all this that we've talked about here this morning.
No, sir, and I will tell you, I think you may have missed when I spoke earlier about the fact that I would like not to see one person injured or one person certainly killed at the hands of someone who's in the country illegally. But when people say, Congressman, when people say that we have released 19,723 people, it fails to point out the fact that 2/3 of that were by court order or an instruction of the Supreme Court of the United States, and that is a misrepresentation of the picture. That's what I object to.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a terrible thing. I mean, I've got stories up here from the Texas Tribune, and they tell about one man who was passed through the Webb County Jail 4 times on more than a half dozen charges before allegedly beating his wife to death with a hammer. Another man spent 3 months in the Hidalgo County Jail for 4 months in state custody and 6 years in federal prison for multiple felony offenses. At the time, he went on a random shooting spree in Houston, killing 2 people and injuring 3 more. And then, of course, you have the famous case of this man in San Francisco who shot Kate Steinle to
death after he had racked up a criminal record including 7 felonies, mostly drug-related. People are really angry about these sanctuary cities that the administration has gone along with. The American people are the kindest, most generous, most sympathetic people in this world, and we have allowed far more immigration, many, many millions more than any other country. And the American people have gone along with that, but they are sick and tired and angered about reading about all these criminals being released, and you or somebody's going to have to do a lot better job on this. I yield back.
From Connecticut, Mr. Courtney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvaney. And I want to thank the committee, both majority and minority, for waiving my appearance here today and having the opportunity to participate in this hearing. To Chief Martin and Mr. Root, thank you for your presence here. Again, your stories are incredibly powerful and really demonstrate that this discussion today is not academic. It has profound real-life impact, and it takes a lot of persistence on your part to really be here to remind us of that fact. I am here because one of my constituents is here, Ms. Wendy Hartling. She's joined by Attorney Chester Fairley, whose story has been mentioned by other members here this morning. Again, just a little less than a year ago, just a horrific crime took her child, Casey Chadwick, from her, and I can personally attest to the fact that southeastern Connecticut and the whole state, has, been just part of the grief and pain that followed, and the admiration that folks have for Ms. Hartling, as Mr. Lynch said, trying to get some good to come out of this horrific event. It just has drawn admiration from all quarters. So thank you for being here, Ms. Hartling. And I think I'm the last one here, so all your patience is going to be paid off shortly and give you an opportunity to talk. Director Saldana, the one thing about the Casey Chadwick case is that, really there's just no ambiguity in this instance in terms of, whether or not someone's charges were pending or whether or not the individual was convicted of a aggravated versus a, serious offense. Jean-Jacques, came into the country without documentation. He was convicted by the state of Connecticut of a homicide. He served over 15 years in prison. At the completion of his sentence, the Department of Corrections surrendered him into the custody of ICE. Again, the government had run the traps in terms of getting a deportation order completed at that point. Any appeals that he tried to pose had been exhausted. So there was just, again, no sort of glitches that anyone could point to that would interfere with that process going to the next step, which is obviously removal from the country. As we heard from Ms. Maloney, the government of Haiti, again, played this very frustrating exercise in terms of verbally granting and then refusing on a number of occasions. So a year ago, you were before the committee, and this question of uncooperative other nations was raised with you, and at the time, your testimony stated that bolstering ICE's ability to obtain travel documents from recalcitrant countries is an important priority, and I will continue to work closely with the Department of State to achieve better cooperation from countries in accepting the return of their nationals. Again, this morning you've talked about your efforts with the PEP program in the last year or so. Can you just tell us with some specificity what's going on between ICE and state in the intervening time since you testified to fix this glaring problem?
I think I said earlier I've met with the Assistant Secretary for Consular Affairs, Ms. Bond, and actually I'm going to see her this afternoon about Guinea in particular. So we meet periodically, and we made a commitment to continue to do that because I want to keep her posted on the countries we're having trouble with. So this memorandum of understanding we have, we meet to discuss what can be done with a particular country. And right now, countries like Syria and Iraq and Afghanistan, we're just having tremendous difficulties with. So she has listened. She has promised to follow up. She sent a cable out to all our ambassadors across the world last March to say, Please be mindful of this. Help ICE and other agencies that are seeking to get cooperation from the jurisdiction and assist them in their efforts to remove people back.
So, but what levers? I mean, we have levers. I mean,
Yes.
members have mentioned it, the visas that we grant to citizens from these nations coming into the U.S., foreign aid. I mean,
Sanctions, there are sanctions
But
that can be imposed.
give me an example of where they've actually, done more than just meet to discuss this.
Where Department of State has. I'm not familiar with the specifics of what they've done.
Okay, and I guess, Mr. Chairman, that's sort of the crux of the frustration that myself and Senator Blumenthal and Murphy have experienced, which is that, this, just screams out for the fact that, the agencies in the U.S. ICE and the State Department are not getting this done. And that's why we requested an Inspector General's report. That process is underway. Right now, we're going to be receiving the results of that. But frankly, I would just say, Director, that response is just really not acceptable, given the fact that, we have instances where somebody, again, there was just no question about their status in terms of being deported, and to have other countries stonewall our efforts, and to say that the State Department's best efforts right now is just simply to meet with ICE and to send out warning telegrams to embassies. There are other options that we have available to us, and we need to exercise those.
Withholding aid and the sanctions I mentioned. But I just want to be sure, sir, I am doing the best I can to try to persuade State. State is the most appropriate witness to explain to you why they make the decisions they do, because I can't speak for the Department of State.
Again, if I could just have another 30 seconds. Again, we experienced in this case where the government of Haiti, again, for paperwork reasons, stonewalled Mr. Jacques' deportation. ICE can do more in terms of creating a record of country of origin, in terms of interviewing witnesses in the U.S. I mean, this guy had been here for over 20 years. There were other ways that verification of country of origin could have taken place on stateside, in addition to having the State Department apply levers of pressure, which, again, I think should have been exercised at the greatest and highest level. So this discussion, Mr. Chairman, again, I want to continue with you and the members here about the fact that, the response so far just frankly has not been satisfactory. I'd ask that my letter to you and Mr. Cummings, setting forth the IG.
It's already been submitted to the record, and Mr. Courtney, I will appreciate your commitment on this issue. The Director has agreed within a week's time to give us all the letters and correspondence that she's had with State Department making these requests, because the statute is clear. Once the Secretary receives that, it says the Secretary shall. And we'll be fascinated, and I think you're right. I think another hearing would be most appropriate, and hope you can join us for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. Director, we thank you for your being with us here today. The committee is going to stand in recess until 12:30, and then we'll convene the second panel. We stand in recess. Thank you. Cordell. Most people walk right by him.
Are we quarreled? Are we quarreled? I didn't see. I was concentrated before he...
That's good. She's got her priorities.
Yeah. Absolutely.
back there, so there are so many people.
Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order, and we'll continue with the second panel of the hearing today. I'd ask unanimous consent that Congressman Young of Iowa be allowed to participate and fully participate in today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. We're glad that you can join us, as well as Mr. Courtney, Connecticut, who can also come join us. The second panel is probably the most important people that we can hear from, and we're pleased to welcome Mr. Ralph Martin, who is the Chief of Police at the Santa Maria, California Police Department. He has an important perspective for us, and Chief, we're pleased and honored that you would join in with us here today. I'd also like to allow Mr. Courtney to help introduce Ms. Wendy Hartling.
Thank you, Chairman Chavez and Ranking Member Cummings. Again, we are honored today to have Ms. Wendy Hartling from Gales Ferry, Connecticut, join us here today. Gales Ferry is sort of the quintessential sort of small town America, and she was, again, the devoted mother of Chasey Chadwick, who, as has been mentioned many times this morning, lost her life almost a year ago in Norwich, Connecticut, to a brutal homicide, which roughly a couple weeks ago came to a legal conclusion with a conviction of Jean-Jacques. And all I would say, Mr. Chairman, is that Wendy Hartling was leading a very private life, and again, with strong family connections in the community that changed radically. She was been thrust into the public eye as someone who has, again, faithfully attended all the court proceedings and has spoken out about really what was, I think, just a horrendous flaw and blunder by the government in terms of really following through on what, as I said earlier, was just a totally unambiguous deportation case. She's joined here today by Attorney Chester Fairley from New London, Connecticut, who's participates in the Survivors of Homicide group in the state of Connecticut, and Krista Wydra, who was Casey's best friend, who is also from Gales Ferry, that's here. Again, I think all the members will be, again, deeply moved by Wendy's testimony here today, and again, it's an honor to have the opportunity to introduce her, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. So again, Ms. Wendy Hartling is the mother of Casey Chadwick, who was killed by an illegal immigrant on June 15th of 2015. And we are beyond sad for your loss. And you woke up one morning and your life changed. And I'm sure you never expected this. You certainly didn't ever ask for this. But we appreciate your bravery for stepping forward and sharing your candid thoughts and perspective. It's important that we all hear that, see it, and feel it, and so thank you for being here today. We also are pleased to have Mr. Scott Root, who is here with us today, but I'd like to have Congressman Young of Iowa help introduce him and give a little background and perspective. Congressman Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Cummings, and the colleagues here that shared this room today for this hearing, which is very important, obviously. Thanks for allowing me to participate in today's hearing to introduce Scott Root, a fellow Iowan. He's from Council Bluffs, which is on the western end of the 3rd District, nestled up against the Missouri River. And our mantra there is just to work hard and treat others right. A lot of patriotism there, fear and love of the Lord. Thank you for being here today. Earlier this year, Scott lost his daughter, Sarah, a beautiful girl, to a drunk driver, a criminal who took advantage of this administration's immigration policies, jumped bail, and may never be brought to justice for his crime. Scott, thank you for being here today to share your story. And Marilyn, thank you for coming as well. As I'm sure Scott and my colleagues from Iowa can attest to, Iowans have a unique sense of community, as well do other members and the folks from their district and state, a unique sense of community. We're all in this together. When something happens to one of us or our neighbors, it really gives levity to the situation. It hits us hard. It puts an impact on us personally, because it's like it's happening to all of us. Though we cannot fathom his grief, Mr. Root, we are left with a deep sense of loss, and we want to see justice. What happened to Sarah was a tragedy and a horrible crime, and now the Root family and the community are left waiting to see if Ezwin Mejia will ever be found, will ever stand trial because of failures of the court and failures of the federal government to enforce our laws. I had the chance to question Director Saldana early this year, and she shared when ICE failed to follow through on a detainer, it kept Ezwin Mejia from facing justice. She also said ICE will be looking at this case to make sure this doesn't happen again. As the chairman knows, this is something we hear too often without seeing actual results. From ICE, not accurately reviewing the request of the local police to the Department of Health and Human Services, placing Ezwin Mejia as an unaccompanied minor with his brother, who is also here illegally, I am astounded. This administration not only continues to restrict the enforcement of our immigration laws, but they don't seem to understand them at all in the first place. Nothing can bring Sarah back, but we can honor her and preserve Sarah's memory with justice and making sure this never happens again. Scott, thank you for being here today. May God give you courage, wisdom, peace, and strength in your fight for Sarah and her memory and for justice. Thank you for being here today. Mr. Chairman, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Root, we appreciate your strength in being here today and offering your perspective, and look forward to hearing your testimony and grieve for your loss as well. So thank you. We're also pleased to have Mr. Chris Burbank. He's the Director of Law Enforcement Engagement at the Center for Policing Equity. He's also the former Chief of Police, I believe 9 years in the Salt Lake City. I've had the pleasure of interacting with him on a number of occasions, and Mr. Burbank, we're pleased to have you here and participating and giving a perspective as well. So thank you for being here. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. So if you will please each rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We would appreciate your limiting your verbal comments to 5 minutes, but your entire written record will be entered into the record. Chief Martin, we will start with you. You're now recognized for 5 minutes. And please know in advance, you need to bring that microphone up close and just make sure it's on, and thank you. That'll help us all. Chief Martin.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, good afternoon. My name is Ralph Martin, and I am the police chief for the city of Santa Maria, California. Santa Maria is the largest city in Santa Barbara County and one of the largest cities on California's Central Coast. It has a population of over 100,000, is a few minutes from the coastline, and is surrounded by agriculture. We are about halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco. I'm here today to share with you an event that occurred just 9 months ago. It's about the brutal and vicious attack of 64-year-old Santa Maria resident Marilyn Ferris. At the time of this attack, Ms. Ferris was gainfully employed at nearby Vandenberg Air Force Base, where she worked the night shift as a satellite tracker civilian contractor. She's been doing this since 1974. Prior to that, she spent 4 years in the United States Air Force. On the morning of July 24th, 2015, at approximately 9:45 in the morning, while Ms. Ferris was sleeping, 2 suspects broke into her home, sexually assaulted her, strangled her, and beat her about the head and face with a hammer. But despite the incredible beating, Marilyn would not give up. She fought back with all the strength she could muster, even while receiving repeated blows. The suspects left her for dead, but somehow with her eye socket shattered and her neck bone broken, she dialed 911. As the suspects made their escape, one of them, identified as Victor Martinez Ramirez, broke into another home on West Donovan Street, entering through a sliding door. There he encountered 3 young children and their mother. However, she managed to dial 911 and the suspect fled again. As officers were responding to Ms. Ferris's home, additional officers are now responding to West Donovan home. Suspect Martinez starts jumping backyard fences, but the patrol officers set up a solid perimeter around him. And within minutes, one of our canine officers finds Martinez hiding underneath a tarp on a patio of a nearby home on Cox Street. Now that's 3 blocks from Ms. Ferris's home and 1 block from the Donovan Street home. He was arrested for burglary, sexual assault, and attempted murder. During the fourth day of the investigation, detectives identified and arrested a second suspect, Jose Villagomez. He was subsequently charged with the same crimes. 8 days after Ms. Ferris was attacked, she died in her hospital bed, unable to recover from her brutal injuries. Victor Martinez is an illegal alien from Mexico. He had been arrested by the Santa Maria Police Department 6 times in the previous 15 months. He was released from the Santa Barbara County Jail 96 hours before he attacked Ms. Ferris. Villagomez is a U.S. citizen, although he spent much of his life in Mexico. He had had one previous arrest. Both are currently in custody awaiting trial. I believe that when the federal and the state government fails to do its job, it falls on the shoulders of local government, and we are not equipped to deal with these issues financially or with personnel. The arrest sheet on Martinez is a glaring example of federal and state failures. On one occasion in 2014, ICE filed a Form I-247 immigration detainer. However, the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department does not recognize the lawful hold based on the Miranda Olivares versus Clackamas County decision, which is a federal court ruling. 2 weeks before the attack, Martinez was cited as opposed to being arrested for possession of methamphetamine because recently California passed Prop 47, which I'll address in just a moment. On July 16, 2015, 8 days before assaulting Ms. Ferris, Martinez was arrested again for felony possession of a dirk or dagger, as well as possession of drug paraphernalia. He was additionally charged at that time with 2 additional misdemeanors because he had 2 outstanding warrants for $10,000 apiece. One for failure to appear in court, and the other was failure to appear in court, and the other one was a probation violation. He was released that day. 4 days later, he attacks Ms. Ferris. Now, the state of California passed Prop 47 in November of 14. It was a complete con job pulled on the people. It was titled Safe Schools and Safe Neighborhoods, but in reality, it was just nothing more than a title. What it did was, in the fine print, reduce felony drug possession, like possession of heroin, possession of cocaine, possession of methamphetamine, to a misdemeanor citable offense. So now thousands of arrestees are petitioning the courts to reduce their convictions, as did Martinez. And the reason I bring this up is that if the convictions are then reduced to misdemeanors, ICE will look at those later on and see the felonies are now misdemeanors. Now, the city of Santa Maria, as well as other cities throughout California, are seeing an increase in homeless persons that have been with high drug dependency. And many of these persons would have been removed from our streets, been required to appear in court, and referred to drug rehabilitation and treatment programs. But the numbers have substantially decreased because of Prop 47. So it's a combination of federal issues and state issues. You know, I can't help but think our U.S. Marine makes a wrong turn at the border, and he's locked up for months and months at a time. And yet we in the U.S. seem to be running a catch and release program for criminal aliens. Now, I've been in this business for 40 years, and when I hear of incidents, whether it's the Root case or others, and people say it's a tragedy or some kind of senseless tragedy, you know, I just shake my head and say no, because when we do not enforce our federal and our state laws, all we truly have is predictable consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Hartling, you're now recognized.
Hi, my name is Wendy Hartling, and my life will never be the same after June 15th, 2015. I am here on behalf of my daughter Casey, who was stabbed to death over 15 times and stuffed into a closet by a criminal alien, Jean Jacques. He was found guilty of attempted murder in 1996 and served 16 years in Connecticut prison. He should have automatically deported by Immigration and Customs Enforcement when he was released from prison. Instead, he killed Casey on June 15, 2015, and was found guilty of her murder after a trial. My hope is that he never gets out of prison. According to laws passed by Congress, Jacques should have been deported. ICE had him in custody and detention 3 times. Tragically, ICE released him 3 times, and he killed Casey just a few months after his last release by ICE. From defensive wounds, we know that Casey fought courageously and that she suffered greatly before her death. If ICE and Homeland Security had done their job, Casey would not have died, and I would no longer be here as a part of a club of homicide survivors, which no parent ever wants to join. My attorney, Chester Fairley, has written an article on the failure of deportation of criminal aliens. I would like to submit a copy of the deportations process contributed to the, oh, wait a minute, no, I've got to go back. Mr. Fairley states, this miscarriage of deportation process contributed to the death of Casey Chadwick and caused grief and suffering to her parents and friends. I understand that the Inspector General of Homeland Security has undertaken a full investigation of the Jacques failed deportation case, and we are awaiting the report. My daughter was loved by so many, family and friends. Over 300 people came to her wake. Casey and I were very close. She called or texted me every day. I can no longer talk to my daughter, hold her, hug her, or simply just hang out with her or go out to eat, which was one of her favorite things to do. This breaks my heart of every second of every day. Her best friend, Krista, of 13 years plus, who came with me on this trip as support, is devastated, as is Casey's boyfriend. This is what I have lost. I can't watch her walk down the aisle on the arm of her father. She will never have the chance of becoming a mom, something she was thinking of before her death. She will never see her 2 nephews grow up or go to her siblings' weddings. She will never again be at our family functions and holidays. The tragedy of Casey's death is not an isolated case and is occurring frighteningly around the country. Something has to be done to fix this horrible problem. I would never want any family to have to go through this. The pain is always with me. My heart is broken. I go to Survivors of Homicide group, which is very helpful. An important thing that I learned there was that the pain will never go away. I have to learn to live with it. I am trying, but it is the hardest thing for me in my entire life. Still, I must find the courage and strength to advocate for Casey, who cannot speak for herself. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And of course, we'll include that letter into the record. And you did great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Root, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Chavez, Ranking Member Cummins, and respected members of House Committee and Oversight Government. My name is Scott Root, and I thank you for the opportunity to be the voice of my murdered daughter, Sarah Ray Ann Root, murdered on Sunday, January 31st at approximately 2 a.m. by a drunk driver and illegal immigrant, Edwin Mejia. Less than 24 hours, Sarah walked with a 4.0 grade point average at Bachelor's in Criminal Investigations from Bellevue University. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Officer Bose, Rizzo, Adam and Don Turnbull, and Swanson from the Omaha Police Department. We would also like to thank Congressman and staff Steve King, Robert Goodlay, also thank Senators Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Sass, Sessions, and the doctors and nurses at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. As a 30-year member of the Steamfitters Local 464, it is ironic that I find myself thanking a Republican House and a Senate member who reached out to us within weeks of Sarah's death. My ex-wife were not contacted by any Democrats or ICE until April 22nd, after I learned I would testify, and 82 days after my daughter was murdered. They were told ICE had a victims unit and they would be reaching out. I am an Army veteran. I served with the 1st Cav. My father was a World War II medic and was a recipient of the Purple Heart, Silver Star, and the French Medal Claude de Guerre. I don't want to share this to talk about ourselves, rather to point out that the Root family has served their country when called upon. Now they're asking for your help in getting answers and justice. My mother and sister legally immigrated to the United States after World War II and become American citizens. In my opinion, the Obama administration with open borders policy has changed us. We no longer ask for immigrants to assimilate to our way of life. Rather, schools, governments are required to accommodate to their needs of their country. My mother and sister took pride in becoming Americans and learning the language and culture. By allowing illegal immigrants to take custody of illegal immigrants with no controls in place for a person like Edwin Mejia, the man who killed my daughter, were to break our laws. Sarah was a daughter, sister, granddaughter, cousin, niece, and a friend. She was bright, smart, loving, caring, respectful, and strong. Like her brother and mom, she stood up for her beliefs. My son Scott lost his best friend, confidant, when Sarah died. Her mother lost her best friend. daughter and fellow Kansas City's chief, I'd like to take this opportunity to walk my daughter down the aisle on her wedding day and spoil her grandchildren she wanted. She loved to fish, and this year she wanted to try deer hunting. In the early morning of January 31st, I received no call a parent should ever have to change. My family was summoned to the hospital at approximately 4 a.m. I thought we had to deal with a broken leg or a broken arm. I didn't dare think the worst. I was awaiting something that no father should have to go through. That was identify their child. Her spinal cord was snapped, her skull fractured in 2 places, her face was swollen and beyond recognition. We identified her by her tattoo on her rib cage, live, laugh, love, and a crucifix. The neurosurgeon said on a scale from 1 to 10 that her chance for recovery was 0. No parent should have to deal with that, especially when the situation could have been prevented if the laws have been followed and enforced. Sarah was an organ donor. Her mother and I kept her on life support 3 days to allow organ recipients and their doctors to prepare themselves for harvesting. Sarah, through her unselfish act, was able to save 6 individuals. She also helped 4 to 5 dozen more through donation of tissue and tendons, bones. Since the accident, I learned Edwin had been apprehended in Arizona at 16-year-old minor, yet our government allowed him to be turned over to his brother, another illegal immigrant. Due to pressure being applied to the mentioned congressman senators, Edwin is now on the ICE top 10 most wanted list. This is ironic. On the webpage it says unlawful, illegal. When apprehended in Arizona, he was released to another illegal. When the Omaha police approached ICE 5 times requesting a detainer, we were reached each time with unlawful, illegal. Edwin was released 4 days in jail, and his brother posted 10% of $50,000, which is $5,000. It costs more to bury my daughter than her family and friends have been given a death sentence and a denial of her love, companionship. My family understands that our questions have not been answered, but I would like to go on for record of the following. At a local level, my friends are collecting signatures against Jeffrey Marcuso to remove him from the bench. He failed to show up for minor traffic infractions and presented a flight risk. Our question at the federal level, who is accountable? Sarah Sedania, Jed Johnson, Barack Obama. Harry Truman used to say, the buck stops here. This is not only a case of administration. Marcuso recently sent bail for another illegal immigrant accused of vehicle homicide in Omaha, $2 million for the local. ICE set a detainer on him. Congressman Goodlay, Senator Grassley, and a joint letter to Jed Johnson demanding answers for our case. Senator Sass has demanded answers from Sarah Saldana. If they cannot get answers from a family from Iowa, held accountable. Has anyone been held accountable for the local level? It's been 2.5 months since the senators and congressmen have asked answers from ICE. When can we expect to get the answers? The Omaha Police Department did their jobs. How is it that illegal brother was able to bail him out and disappeared? Do I get a choice which laws to follow? If not, which does an unlawful or legal immigrant mean? Sarah's family and friends are punished. Would officials of ICE Edwin's crime and the criteria for level? Would someone please explain to me how a daughter had a spinal cord and a skull fractured in 2,000 places by a 6,000-pound pickup with 1,000 pounds of roofing equipment traveling at 70 to 80 miles per hour in an underage person, three times over the legal limit, drag racing from Honduras, not violent? Explain that to me. What information do we have on Edwin's family and friends? Who owned the vehicle that Edwin was driving that killed my daughter? I understand it's another illegal from Wichita, Kansas. He was driving the streets with Omaha with no driver's license, no registration, no insurance. He did not show up for obligations for minor traffic violations. It was assumed he would show up for motor vehicle homicide. On attention level, has a red pool notice been issued? Are those steps in place? Does he have a cellular card? What is being done in the country of Honduras? Edwin was apprehended in Arizona. Was a file created? If so, what information has been communicated? If the Obama administration position on this is not to enforce immigration law, what is the purpose of ICE and our tax dollars being wasted? The only incentive to capture him is $5,000 reward through the Omaha Crime Stoppers. What other tools and means are available to the national law enforcement and people in Honduras, Mexico, or the United States to turn Edwin to the authorities? In my closing, my family and friends will not stop until people at the local and federal level are held accountable to her killer and brought to justice. When Edwin is caught, he will face a 20-year prison sentence and 8 to 10 with good behavior. But my family is facing a sentence without her. Her sentence is unavoidable and would have occurred if the failed policies of the Obama administration and the laws that allowed be ignored in an incompetent local judicial system. This was the last time I saw Sarah was January 31st. She graduated from Bellevue University. Now I carry a cross on my heart with a crucifix around my neck. I want to leave you with a personal story. When Sarah was young, she had a patch of hair on her back. I would tease her by calling her Monkey Girl. She hated it, but she knew it came from a father's love. I love you forever, Monkey Girl. Thank you for this opportunity to share Sarah's story and my family's story. Scott Root.
Mr. Root, thank you. Thank you for your personal service to this country and for the strength to be able to offer that statement and be here today. And God bless you. Between yourself and Ms. Hartling, thank you for sharing your stories. We'll now recognize Chief Burbank for 5 minutes.
To begin, I would like to say to the Hartling family and the Root family that I am sincerely sorry for your loss. You deserve much better, the tireless effort of law enforcement and the love of your communities. Committee members, we are experiencing a modern transformation of our world and especially of our nation. Demographics, cultures, economies, and public expectation are evolving rapidly. Interconnection of the globe through technology and the migration of people is a dynamic driver of change. Modern immigration has introduced cultural, religious, and intellectual diversity, creating avenues for multicultural competitiveness. Robust scientific evidence indicates that immigrants contribute economically, improve the local tax base, stabilize economy, and drive down crime, whether they move lawfully or unlawfully into new communities. Some of the highest immigrant-populated cities have experienced the steepest declines in crime. Coincidentally, this dramatic change has also marked an increase in bias, inequity, vitriol, and fear. Immigrants are ever increasingly stereotyped and demonized inappropriately for their involvement in criminal activity. Research conducted over the past 30 years has consistently shown that immigrants are less likely to commit serious crimes or to be incarcerated. This holds true whether documented or undocumented and regardless of their country of origin. It is a fact, as undocumented immigration has increased, crime has decreased dramatically. There is no demonstrable correlation between immigrants and crime. Additionally, there is no documented relationship between enhanced immigration enforcement and reduced crime. Public policy must be driven by evidence and not anecdotes. We have demonstrated that enforcement, arrest, incarceration, and force are not the most effective tools to prevent crime. A case in point, as incarceration rates soared in the 90s, so did police officers, search warrants, and other enforcement activities. We were at war against drugs, against gangs, and yet violent crime increased. The lasting legacy of this period was not crime reduction, but rather historically high incarceration rates, zero-tolerance approaches, stop-and-frisk practices, and the over-incarceration of individuals of color for misdemeanor violations, harming our communities far more than helping. In fact, the mistrust of communities of color that we face today is a result of hard-on crime, indifferent enforcement tactics perpetrated on neighborhoods labeled high crime. People experience their lives within neighborhoods, rarely at a national, state, or even city level. This is especially evident in socioeconomically depressed communities. Effective and appropriate policy and practices must understand and address life issues, education, health, housing, safety, and transportation. Public safety as exercised through community policing is best accomplished at a local level, capable of a nimble, small government approach to addressing these life issues. Immigration enforcement has created a double standard wrought with constitutional concerns. Immigrants not only face potential criminal penalty, but excessive detention without due process and ultimately deportation. Immigration enforcement can only be accomplished through racial profiling. Immigrants have been stopped for pretext traffic violations, questioned about their status, detained for numerous days without probable cause, transferred to the custody of ICE, and deported without notification to their families. This most certainly does not represent equal treatment under the law. Recidivism rates hover around 67% for individuals incarcerated. Conversely, persons adjudicated within a restorative justice model, designed to be an alternative to incarceration, reoffend at a rate less than 40%. Education or knowledge about society, social norms, laws, and traffic codes gained through participation and inclusion is the way out of addiction, substance abuse, and misdemeanor crime. When communities or groups of people are afraid to participate, we systematically isolate them, creating a negative environment where success is difficult, if not impossible. Studies have shown that immigration enforcement is not viewed as a legitimate public safety tool and does not serve to enhance community well-being, but further divides communities and undermines the already difficult job law enforcement has of maintaining public trust. Throughout history, law enforcement has been an efficient tool of social oppression, directed to protect certain races against the symbolic threats of others. We are still working to repair the mistrust, resentment, and rage that many in our communities continue to feel. It is not surprising that law enforcement officials across the nation are troubled at the proposition of mandatory immigration enforcement practices that appear motivated by prejudice and are likely to result in an increased crime. The time has come to accomplish comprehensive immigration reform. We must bring millions of people residing in our neighborhoods, contributing to our economy, adding value to our lives, out of the shadows and into mainstream. Crime prevention is best accomplished when we are partners in the effort with all members of society. Just as we have been unable to incarcerate our way out of crime, we will never solve immigration issues through deportation. Thank you.
We got a lot to talk about, Mr. Burbank, because I think you are in totally the wrong planet. But we're going to get after that. There is a vote on the floor. And so our apologies for this panel. But the committee is going to recess. We have 3 votes. And then we will come back and resume the questioning portion of this. So committee will stand in recess and will reconvene no sooner than 1:30. Thank you. Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will return to order, and we'll start the questioning portion. We have excused Ms. Hartling, but we will continue now with the questioning part, and we will start with the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank each of you for being here. And your stories are extremely moving, and our hearts go out to you. I spoke yesterday with the Sheriff of Gwinnett County, which is the second most, is number 2 in terms of criminal aliens being dropped off, second only to Harris County, Texas. And he heads law enforcement, of course, in the county. In fact, he informed me that, as I just mentioned, that it's number 2. Chief Martin, as a 40-year veteran of law enforcement, I'm hoping you might be able to shed some light on some of the questions from your own experience, your knowledge. When an illegal alien is released, are you notified?
No, sir.
By anyone?
We are not notified by anyone.
Okay, so we heard testimony this morning that ICE notifies the states of all those who are released, and then that information filters down. And you're saying that that is not the case?
We do not receive any direct communication from ICE. The only way we would know if somebody was released is if, what they talked about earlier, the victim would be notified, and if they filled out a form, then the local sheriff's department is supposed to notify us if they're released so that we can talk to the victim.
Okay, so the law enforcement notification system, is it working?
No, sir.
What is it doing? If it's not working, what is the value, if any?
Well, I have to take you back years ago when INS or ICE used to have their agents in all the county jails. I think by reason, I'd like to preface my remarks by saying that most municipal police departments don't hold their prisoners at the police departments. They book them into the county jails, so the sheriffs would have the authority to keep them. Now, Santa Maria, we arrested 6,000 people last year, and we would keep them, we would book them into our custody, and then within about 6 to 8 hours, we would transfer them to the sheriff's department. And what we do at that point is we do fill out a pretrial service, and about 3/4 at the bottom of the page, it says, does the police officer request an immigration review? And in the case of Victor Martinez, we checked yes. So that's about the only time that we have the ability to communicate with ICE to have a review done. Now that the ICE does not have officers in the county jails full-time, they just show up in the morning, they'll look at the scrolls or the gate book, if you will. But that really doesn't serve any purpose because many times they'll bail out the night before. So it's not working.
Is it true that when a criminal alien is released from prison on parole, that officers, local law enforcement, have to be assigned to check on them?
No, we're not assigned to check on them at all. In fact, when they're released from either the county jail or, say, a state prison, they're taken by ICE to a processing center and then down to Los Angeles where they're supposed to be released. They never release them from the prisons. They always do it down in Los Angeles.
So how does the parole work? I mean, does the state assign someone to watch over them?
Well, pretty much the state of California has gotten rid of almost all of their parole. It's all become localized for the probation department, which is really not equipped to deal with it. So the state has gotten rid of their funding for parole and pushed it down to the local level.
But you're saying local level is not handling it?
No, we're not being notified of any of it.
So what's happening to these people? There's no parole, no accountability, no, they're not watched at all?
I think if they're watched, it's in our county, in Santa Barbara County, it'd be by the local probation department.
Okay, so how do they get involved? Who is, at what point, in other words, when these people are released and put on parole, who's looking after them, and how's that process work?
It would just be a county probation officer who's assigned the case, and he may or she may see them once a month or maybe never.
Okay, well then, who is paying for it? The local parole officers getting, who's paying?
Yeah, Congressman, in the county, it's actually the probation departments, county probation.
So the taxpayers are paying this?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we have ICE that's responsible for releasing these people that should be deported, but in many cases, no one's looking out for them. But when there are cases that are a parole officer, in other words, your local county is having to pick up the tab for the lack of work being done by ICE. Is that a fair assessment?
That would be a fair assessment. And not only that, we're having to pay for all of the investigations that result of us arresting these people. And the local district attorney's office is also having to pay to prosecute. And then once they're found guilty, they have to go to a state prison if it's a state crime. So either the local, the county, or the state is paying for all of that.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate this, but I'm shocked we have a conflict in testimony from what we heard earlier from Ms. Saldana saying that all the states are being notified and it's filtering down, and that obviously is not taking place, at least in your case. And I think this needs some further research and investigation. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. We'll recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing. I thank the ranking member as well. Like all of the other members before me, I just want to say to the victims' families, thank you for your courage and your willingness to come forward and try to make sure that this does not happen again. And Mr. Martin and Mr. Burbank, thank you as well for your participation. Ms. Hartling, can I ask you the contact that you have had with any federal law enforcement, or can you tell me if they have been? I'm trying to explore the communication between federal agencies and victims such as yourself and families. Could you tell me a little about that? Has any of that gone on?
No, I have not heard from the federal government or Homeland Security or
ICE,
nothing, no. But, no, not Congressman, Blumenthal, he had got things rolling pretty good for Casey's case when I saw him in Hartford last year. So I know for a fact that Homeland Security is investigating Jean Jacques' case, my daughter's case.
Right.
And we're just waiting for the report.
Okay. Mr. Martin, could you tell me about the contact that your department has on a regular basis with ICE? Do they inform you when there's, there could be somebody in your jurisdiction that is, under a deportation order, or is there any communication going on between your department?
We do have some limited communication with ICE. Recently, Homeland Security did build an ICE facility in Santa Maria, and it was...
And you're north of L.A., between L.A. and...
Yeah, we're between Los Angeles and San Francisco.
Okay, yeah.
However, it is not a detention center. It is simply a processing center. So when they go, and I'm referring to ICE, when they pick up people maybe who have done their time in a state prison or a county jail, they will take them to that processing center for a few hours and then by van take them down to either Oxnard or to Los Angeles. So the center is there, but it's only open during the day, and it's just simply a processing center.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
And tell me a little bit, I know in some of your testimony, there's a description of decriminalization of possession of heroin.
Yes.
Meth, others. How has that played into your ability to do your job in this respect?
All across California, it has increased property crimes over 20%. So we're seeing an increase there. We're seeing an increase in homelessness. And many of these, some of these people are illegal aliens who are living on the streets. So when they passed that law, Prop 47, it really took our ability away to force them into a court or to force them even into rehabilitation or probation.
I see. All right. Well, again, Ms. Hartling, Mr. Root, very sorry for your. Mr. Root, do you have anything else you want to add to that in terms of any contact with ICE or federal authorities, or their inability or unwillingness to do so?
I had one gentleman from ICE when we were dealing with the Omaha Fugitive Task Force by the name of Jake, and he was 100% great, you know, trying to give me some information. He had the, if they catch this killer of my daughter, the sheet where if they tell her where he has hearings, that type of stuff. And he was going to hand carry it out and have me fill it out. And whoever his superior is did not want that to happen, and it came in the mail. And I just asked him, I said, doesn't he want to deal with me? You know, they dropped the ball again.
Yeah.
And then probably about a month later, I'm trying to get some answers. I had some contact numbers from Jake up to the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, and a couple of his supervisors called back, and basically it was just general information about the same thing as Sarah Sedania. And then 2 days before I came here, Sarah's advisor had called, said she wanted to reach out to me. I told him I wasn't interested, you know, and a day or two later, I wanted to know after the testimony, and I said, no. I mean, what part of no don't you get? No means no.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. I see my time has expired. Again, I thank the witnesses.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to the gentleman now from Florida, Mr. DeSantis, the chairman of the Subcommittee on National Security. We'll recognize him for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the witnesses. You have my sympathies. This is just a terrible thing. And the thing is what really gets me, it was preventable. Had our government simply done its job, its core duties, you guys would have your loved ones here today. And I appreciated Ms. Hartling in your testimony pointing out that this is happening across our country. And I was in law enforcement at a time as a prosecutor, and if it's just some random American commits a crime, we want to prevent it. But when you have somebody in custody and you release them, whether they're early released as a criminal in the normal justice system, or here, in this case, people who are here illegally and don't have a right to be here and have committed crimes, you are putting the public at risk. And so it's just very, very frustrating. And I was disappointed in Director Saldana trying to say this is just political banter. It's not political banter. These are lives that are at stake, and this is a government that's not fulfilling its duty. What was your view, Ms. Hartling? I mean, when you hear that being dismissed as political banter, how did that make you feel?
I couldn't believe it. Let's put it that way. I found it hard to believe that that came up.
Mr. Root, how did you feel about that?
I don't know how you can be so incompetent and still keep your job.
Good one.
What about the excuses that you hear? Well, we got a lot of factors to consider, or this or that. How does that make you feel?
That's the worst part, because I know in my heart and my family and everybody that loved Casey that I forgot where I was going with this. What was your question again?
Well, just when you hear the different excuses about why we can't do this,
or
this,
yeah,
or we have to release people, how does that make you feel?
That's just that's the first time I said Casey was killed last June. When I heard that he was an illegal alien and he was supposed to be deported 3 times, I said to myself, I said out loud, I want to make it to Washington, D.C. one day. And I did, and I'm very happy about that, because it is, I don't see anything happening, any changes happening, you know, with our deportation rules and enforcement of them. You know, so this doesn't happen. I mean, he was supposed to be deported 3 times, and he got let go the same day. The last time, before he killed Casey, he was let go the day he got out of prison, and ICE had him and let him go that exact same day. So it's very frustrating.
How about you, Mr. Root?
Well, several times I've seen her hold the book up. I think, you know, it comes down to common sense, you know. I mean, in my case, you got a homicide. You gonna let that person go with priors? Are you nuts? Just common sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think that showing a statute book that says these are mandatory removals does not then mean anything not in there means you should remove them. You still have the authority, or that you should let them go. You still have the authority to hold people, and when the public safety is at risk. And the frustrating thing is that and maybe we do need to do some reform in the Congress, but a lot of this, there are tools available right now that the executive branch isn't using. I mean, if some of these countries aren't taking these folks who've committed crimes, we have things that we can do through the State Department. They've never attempted that one time, not once.
Right.
And so basically, we're going to continue to see, and the list of criminal offenses that you see, then this is what ICE gives us. And it's really startling to see the type of things. So these are all, in every instance, people that are not here lawfully. And you have sex assault, kidnapping, homicide, arson. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible list, and I feel for you. We on the committee, on the subcommittee, on the full, we think it's a very important issue. We're going to continue to do what we can do. If that means legislative changes, we need to do it. But the executive branch has got to take this seriously. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Root, thank you for your testimony. And
You bet.
I did want to follow up with you because we were talking about your daughter's case earlier. And I didn't realize that you're passing a petition against the judge who set the bail so low.
Yes, sir.
For the killer. And what I read from news reports, and I want to get your take on it because you can't always trust the news. It said that the prosecuting attorney, the Douglas County attorney, admitted that it could have been handled better, and that basically we were dealing with an offender who had committed previous offenses and who had skipped out on court appearances on previous occasions. Am I getting that right?
That is correct. I believe he was going the wrong direction on a street before. I think he didn't have a child seat belted in, and a couple other, he had 2 other times where he was supposed to show up for court and he did not.
So my colleague...
Prior to my daughter's death.
Right. Right. And my colleague, Mr. Gowdy, pointed out, and he was a prosecutor for many years, is there's really only 2 issues in front of a judge when you're setting bail is danger to the community and probability of a flight risk. Well, here's a guy that had exhibited not the probability, but the certainty that he would be a flight risk, and then add to that he was an undocumented illegal immigrant. That's like walking into court with a stamp on your forehead that says, I am a flight risk, incarcerate me at a very, very high bail. And so I see, I can see being mad at the judge, but it sounded like the prosecution didn't lay that out, according to the news reports. Were you there for that?
I was not. I mean, I don't know what was communicated. When he got his bond, we were actually burying my daughter, so we didn't go to the pre-trial. I had spoke with Officer Swanson. Both of them, a lot of them officers I dealt with day and night shift daily, and they took it real personal. I mean, they all did their job. To me and my family, whatever you do for your job, whether you're a judge, ICE, whatever you should be accountable for what you do. If I'm a pipe fitter, if I put in pipe, it falls down and kills somebody or it leaks, I don't have a job.
Right.
So from my understanding is they're saying he didn't have all the information, but he didn't ask for it either. But with the name of Ezwin Mejia and having a homicide, maybe wouldn't you want to do some legwork? He was in jail for 4 days. You wouldn't do some research on him before you just hurry up and set the bond instead of just running him through?
Right. Do you fault the county attorney for not putting that information in front of the judge?
I would say yes, too. Yes, I mean, it's at all levels, city level, federal level, yes.
Well, again, thank you for being here.
You
and
bet.
Hopefully we do learn something
You
from
bet.
all of this.
The same judge had a bond of $2 million, too. It's just last week when my ex-wife, Michelle, was here. Same judge.
Ms. Hardling, again, thank you as well for being here. The man who killed your daughter unquestionably should have been deported. That is why ICE put him on the deportation list, but as we know, that didn't happen. And you deserve an answer as to why
Yes,
it
yes,
didn't happen.
I do.
November 24 last year, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Murphy, and Representative Courtney, who you heard from here today, wrote a letter to the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General. There are inspectors general that
serve as watchdogs over federal agencies, asking for an investigation. And in that letter, the members wrote, and I quote, "It appears that ICE could and should have taken simple additional steps that might have resulted in Jacques being repatriated and therefore never given the opportunity to murder Casey Chadwick." Ms. Hartling, I assume that you support that letter.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And on January 12, the Inspector General sent a memo to ICE announcing that they had agreed to this request and were initiating the investigation. Were you aware of that?
I knew that the investigation is still ongoing.
Okay. So since then, we on the committee have obtained some additional details about your case, and the information indicates that Haitian officials repeatedly said they would accept Mr. Jacques, and then they reversed their decisions over and over again at the last minute. In fact, in one instance, these Haitian officials even approved a manifest that had Mr. Jacques listed to board a flight to Haiti, but they pulled it back at the last minute, and that happened October 10, 2012.
Right.
And you were familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. So the letter from Senator Blumenthal, Senator Murphy, and Representative Courtney also asked the Inspector General to examine what could be done, quote, "to overcome the objections of the Haitian government to the removal of this individual." And I assume you support this part of the investigation as well.
Yes.
Well, again, thank you all for being here, and my time is up, so I have to yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is about 6 names, what it boils down to. The name of Marilyn Ferris, Sarah Rayanne Root, Casey Chadwick, and the people who took their lives, Victor Ramirez, Edwin Mejia, and Jean Jaquez. Now, what I'm impressed with is, Ms. Hartling, Mr. Root, you're willing to relive this situation over and over again. Many questions that I'm sure you don't want politicized or exploited. Yet at the same time, Mr. Root, Ms. Hartling, I've got the same question. What is it that drives you to keep fighting for your lost loved one? Why are you doing this?
Well, if it changes the life of one person, it's worth it. You know, I know if you don't say nothing and do nothing, nothing gets done. You got to be vocal on what you want to do and how you feel. I was brought up that way, and that's how I feel. My whole family's that way.
So whatever the sacrifice is, you're
Doesn't
willing
make
to
a
take
difference.
on?
What do you live for? Your kids, don't you?
Absolutely.
I have one kid left.
Thank you, Mr.
My only
Root.
daughter.
Ms. Hartling?
Yes, I agree with exactly with what he said. Casey should still be here. There's no doubt about that. She should still be here. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't belong to a group that nobody wants to join. And I'm glad that he's guilty. He was convicted.
Sure.
So that's a big relief. But having to go over it and over it in your head.
Well, I compliment the strength that you guys are exhibiting. Chief Martin, for you to take up the calls. Of course, congratulations, December, as far as being appointed full-time chief there. And a lot of that's due to your many years of experience. I've done a little reading on your background. Very impressed with the background for what you did with the Sheriff's Department and the gang-related stuff, that you've been fighting this fight for a long time. So you've seen it firsthand. I was very impressed that you're willing to call it out what it is. I believe that you made a quote that said, "I think this is a national issue. I think it starts in Washington, D.C. with this administration that we see and their policies. I think you can draw a direct line over to Sacramento with the policies." And you talk about the AB 109, Prop 47, and you made this quote. You said, "And I'm not remiss to say that from Washington, D.C. to Sacramento, there's a blood trail into the bedroom of Marilyn Ferris." You still believe that?
I do, sir.
Can you expound just for a moment why? Why do you feel that way? Why are you that passionate about it?
Well, you know, we on the local level are really feeling the total brunt of all this. You know, we talk about the national, we talk about the state, but, you know, it's every police officer that goes to all these crime scenes. And it just sunk in that this was so, as I stated earlier, preventable. He was arrested 6 times in 15 months. In 15 months.
Yeah.
And it's catch and release, catch and release. All right, now, if they're misdemeanors, and there are 2 of those were felonies, and they're dumbed down to a misdemeanor, I still think ICE ought to look at those cases and say, okay, he might have, you know, went and said, I'll go ahead and take the misdemeanor plea bargain.
Right.
But I think we ought to look at the original case and what it is if it's a felony.
Of course, yeah. What does it do to the morale of the good men and women that you lead when they see this kind of situation where they are working, putting themselves in danger 6 times out of 15 months? Speak to that, if you would, please.
Well, Santa Maria Police Department's a great police department, and hired 40 new police officers in the last 3.5 years. They're dedicated, they come to work every day, and I just think they realize that something needs to be done at a higher level. They all need that.
And you know that by sticking your neck out like this, you're going to get all kinds of innuendos and name-calling and everything else. I commend you for being willing to fight this fight, because I think it's going to make a difference in the future, all of you. I had several questions. I may have time for one. I at least want to get to it for Mr. Burbank. Mr. Burbank, do you agree with the job Director Saldana is doing at the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Department?
The system is broken on both ends.
Okay, does she have a responsibility of some of the decisions that she's making?
Absolutely.
Okay. My specific question for you is, you previously testified before the House Judiciary Committee in opposition to a bill that would make criminal alien drunk driving deportable. How do you explain that? And I'm not trying to add histrionics to this case today, but how do you explain this to families that shouldn't be to that level of criminal offense?
The criminal offense should be equal under the law. So if you are a citizen, if you are a visitor to the country, or if you are undocumented in the country, they should have the same due process that anyone is entitled to in the United States. And that's what I firmly believe in my job.
But see, that's a flawed argument. I heard that today. He said, listen, aliens don't have as many criminal background or acts as the normal population. My point is, if they wouldn't here to begin with, there'd be no criminal acts from them. Is that not true? Thank you. I yield back. That's the end of my time. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
Now I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
What were you going to say? I was just going to say we've identified many flaws within the criminal justice system that are not necessarily directly related to immigration status.
Okay. As I said to you, Ms. Hartling, and to you, Mr. Root, I really do thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And, you know, the government printing office prints the records of these hearings. And, you know, one of the things that I noticed about myself, since sometimes you can learn stuff about yourself when you go through stuff, is that I never wanted anybody to forget my nephew. You know, I didn't want him to be like a flash, and then it's like he didn't exist. And since a record is being made here, that is a permanent record, I wanted to give you an opportunity to say anything special about your loved ones. Ms. Hartling?
Oh, now?
Yeah, you.
Oh, Casey was a spitfire. Everybody loved her. She was a tiny little thing, and
Was she like you?
yes, she's like me, except she's
How did
not,
I guess?
she's not as tall though. She was very short. I have two daughters that are 5'1". That's Casey and my oldest, and my other daughter is 17. She's as tall as me, but all my other two daughters are short. So, but Casey wouldn't put up with any wrongdoings or anything. Casey she was a fighter, and that's why she had so many defensive wounds on her and everything, because she fought back. And but she was great. We talked every single day. I talked or text. She talked or texted me every single day. If there was a car accident on the highway, because I'm a lousy driver, she'd call me on the phone and to make sure that it wasn't me in the accident every time. I would sometimes I just answer the phone. I'm home, Casey. It wasn't me. So she was just a very caring, loving, 25-year-old beautiful girl with her whole life ahead of her, and now she's gone.
You know, you said something that got kind of caught my ear, and you said you after it happened, you wanted to come to Washington.
Yes.
And you said these words. You said it made me happy to be able to come.
Yes.
Can you? Sometimes I think we who sit in these chairs don't realize the significance of these kinds of moments. Can you explain to me why you said that?
Because I felt that I could contribute my story about my daughter and how he was supposed to be deported 3 times, and so ICE and the federal government need to. I wanted to just say what I wanted to say, that it was wrong, and they need to have more steps to take, or whatever they do to detain an illegal alien who did a heinous crime. So he obviously had already done that before Casey. He was acquitted of killing one guy, and he attempted murder the guy's girlfriend. So he was already he was already a criminal. And when he got out of jail, and when I found out that ICE let him go the same exact day, I was like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I said one of my favorite sayings is that out of pain comes one's passion to do their purpose.
Exactly.
Pain, passion, purpose. Mr. Root, can you tell us about your...
Well, my daughter, she's just a lot like Mrs. Hartling's daughter. She was small, but she was a little spitfire. You always knew where you stood with her, just like my whole family, being vocal. But, she was very loving, very smart, very beautiful, very caring. She was passionate and willing to help people all the time. She was, like I said, she just graduated with a 4.0. And then she worked at Walgreens, too, while she wanted to continue her master's. And then people, need something. She was always willing to help somebody, at the drop of a dime. It's just a good-hearted person, Enjoyed doing a lot of family things, hunting and fishing. She was going to hunt this year with me. She goes, Dad, you're going to be pissed when I shoot one bigger than you. So I bought her a shotgun, and, them aren't in the cards. But, she just was... she was real active in soccer when she was younger. She used to go fishing with me, be on the boat for not catching no fish. She'd want to steer, and just a real joy, We never ever had problems with either one of our kids. It's just, it's a lot to swallow in, but I'll see her again, and, you don't want your kids to die in vain, and you got to speak up for what you believe in. And it's hard to do, but, myself and my family, like I said, feels from the local to the federal level. The ball's been dropped everywhere, and everybody should be held accountable. Until my baby girl gets justice, I'll be here.
There's a song that I love so much. It says, "The time we shared will always be." The time we shared will always be. And, as I listen to you, I think it's very important that we put faces. One of the reasons I wanted to talk about them.
That's fine.
To put faces. I mean, people, we get to a point in our nation and in our world where things happen to people, and it's like, it's just collateral damage. It's like it's not a human being, like a family behind the people mourning, feeling sorrow, and as I say, mourning for things that could have been.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to, I appreciate you all sharing. And again, there are definitely some problems here that we're going to try to solve. And I agree with the other side. I don't think, to use the word political banter, I thought that was not appropriate. It's about trying to solve problems and trying to make it so, and I think this would be your aim of being here, trying to make sure this doesn't happen to somebody else's daughter.
Yes, sir.
Or somebody else's cousin or sister or friend or fiance. So, again, I want to thank you all for being here. And when you talk about your daughters, I can tell you when you put the personal side to it, I think it helps us when we're trying to resolve these problems, to just keep in mind, you know, this is for two wonderful, awesome Spitfire, as you've said, young
Probably
people.
would have been friends.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize myself. Again, I love Elijah Cummings, puts his heart into it and cares, and I think we all do. I don't think this is a partisan issue, but there are public policy issues that we have to deal with. And Mr. Root, I wanted to put up a picture, if it's all right with you, of Sarah. This is your daughter there. How long ago was that picture?
She graduated the 30th of January. She died January 31st. That night, or after graduation during the day, she went out with her mom and my mom's side of the family, and they had something to eat, and I was helping a friend do some work, and I asked if she wanted to have a steak and crab legs with us, but no, she wanted to go celebrate her graduation with a friend. And I had her in the driveway, locked in with my vehicle, and she moved her vehicle. I'm sorry, I moved my vehicle. I was parked behind her, and she parked her vehicle on the street. And she walked back up after parking her vehicle and hugged me and gave me a big old hug, and it was like a death hug, you know. She said, "I can't go nowhere without telling you I love you, Dad." And that's the last time I seen her alive before I identified her.
Well, you know, the strength that you exemplify here is just amazing to me. I've long said that it's ordinary people doing extraordinary things that I think I'm most impressed with. And people wake up and something happens and they don't think they're going to be sitting in this situation, and here you are testifying before Congress. And I want you to know in your heart it does make a difference, and that it's incumbent upon all of us to learn those lessons as clearly and as succinctly as you can. The person that is suspected of committing this, or that committed this murder, what had this person done previously that you, in your mind, justifies deportation?
Well, first of all, he was 16 or 17 when he was, or 15 or 16 was he identified in Arizona, I believe. And he was released to his brother, who was another illegal. You know, to me, they should have been both deported at that time. You're both entering the country illegally. You know, there's two. If he would have been deported, we wouldn't be in this boat right now. And then the traffic offenses he committed where he was going the wrong way and didn't failure to show up for that, I think. And he might have had a couple other, I know he had one where he didn't seatbelt a child in. I mean, I don't have that information right in front of me. I know he had 2 or 3 other times where he was supposed to be in court and he didn't show up. This was prior to the incident with my daughter. And that, you know, with the judge deal, that should have been all public record. I mean, in this day and age, you know, you should be able to push that computer and it should show everything. And prior to releasing him, he was in jail for 4 days, 4 to 5 days. So, you know, they were claiming they didn't know his immigration status, and the county prosecutor didn't, you know, give us this information. And to me, you know, that's, you know, if a guy's in jail for 4 days, it gives you plenty of time to figure it out. You know, you should know in 15 minutes, pretty much all of it. I mean, I don't do legal work, but it's just a common sense issue, you know. And the way his name's spelled, and I'm not trying to be prejudiced, because like I said, my mother was an immigrant. That would probably tell you that he's probably, you know, not, you know, just like Bob Smith or something, you know. You might want to do a background check. Just common sense, you know, not to the point where even where you're a judge and you're supposed to be highly educated to protect the public. To me, you failed.
Yeah, and Mr. Burbank, look, you served the people of Utah for a long period of time. And I may not be able to convince you or change your mind, but I do want to offer another perspective. I want you to be able to offer another perspective, and I want to offer one as well. Because I believe in the principle of restitution. You steal a candy bar, you put it back or you pay for it. You break a window, you pay for it. You're here illegally, you go home. And so I think you do it, for me personally, I think you do the need for some immigration reform, which I agree with. I think we need to fix legal immigration. I think it's broken. I think we're failing those people who are trying to do it legally and lawfully. But we're doing it to the advantage of the people who do break the laws and just blow past the laws of the land. And I think we need to stand more firm as a nation and say we are a nation of laws. And if you break them, there's a consequence to that. And right now, that's what I don't see happening. And that's what I see time and time again, just being dismissed as, well, that wouldn't have really helped. And there are a couple of things that you said that I'd like to ask you about. You said we couldn't deport our way out of this, but for somebody who's committed a serious crime, who's here illegally, remember, they're here illegally, they committed a crime, they're convicted of that crime, why shouldn't they all be deported? Why should we stand for that?
If they've committed a serious crime, I don't think there's a police chief in the nation that's not going to tell you they shouldn't be deported or dealt with appropriately. But we should not move outside the laws or the Constitution in order to obtain that. Now, we have unfortunate circumstances where people fall in a category, but our criminal justice system adjudicates this. Now, if part of that is they are adjudicated and then we fail, I mean, there's no question we've identified today that there's failures in the system.
So would you agree that the Immigration and Customs Enforcement is required by law to have a minimum of 34,000 beds, but they're only in the 30,000 range? That means there's a good, in any time, 2,000 to 4,000 people that should be detained, could be detained, that the Congress funded to be detained, and they don't do that. Now, you don't work for ICE, you don't work for Homeland Security, but can you see the frustration that there are literally thousands of people that are here illegally as criminal aliens and they're not being detained? Not because they haven't been funded, not because it's not the law, just because the Homeland Security folks and the Obama administration decide, no, that's probably not in our best interest. But why is that not in the best interest of the United States of America?
If we have identified individuals, interestingly enough, I did work with ICE in order to come up with those people and to try and make the major city chiefs of the United States say, yes, we should deport those people who have committed serious criminal acts.
Do you think driving under the influence falls to that level?
I think laws such as that fall into the category that they should be adjudicated as they do with someone else. We've identified a shortcoming. Do you realize there are people driving around in this country now that are citizens that have 4 and 5 DUI arrests in the past that we haven't dealt with appropriately either? And so we're looking at a flaw in the system. But I'm asking you, for somebody who's here illegally and convicted of a DUI, do you believe they should be immediately deported? A DUI is a Class B misdemeanor in the state of Utah.
I'm asking you, do you?
No, I do not.
So you think somebody who's here illegally, drives under the influence, it's in the best interest of this country to leave them in the United States?
I think it's in the best interest of this country to follow the standard set forth so that you have equal.
I'm asking you what you think the standard should be. I deport all of them. You commit a crime in this country, you're out of here. Guess what? You did jump to the front of the line. That's the deportation line. So why shouldn't we deport that person?
Well, and this is where you and I absolutely disagree, because I think that we have a practice in place in how we adjudicate things, and I think there needs to be some fairness and equity in that system. And when there's not, when we identify people and they have harsher penalties because of the color of their skin or the language they speak.
I never said anything about the color of their skin. That's your words, not mine. I never said that. I said they're here illegally. And that knows no bounds, right? Name a country that doesn't have somebody here illegally. It happens from the entire world. Why shouldn't we deport that person?
One, I don't think we have the capacity to reach that. And then two, this is the same.
So you think it's saving money is more important?
No. But what I'm telling you is this is no different than tax code. This is a civil penalty. It's not a criminal penalty enforceable in the state of Utah as a crime.
This is where
you can only be detained and deported for this. You cannot be jailed or fined for being in the country undocumented.
And you should be deported. That would solve all the problems. That would solve all the problems right there. My time has expired. We'll now recognize Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Thank you. I'm not going to follow up with Mr. Burbank, but my goodness, kind of incredible how we have people who don't want to enforce their immigration laws. We'll go with Mr. Martin. Chief Martin, could you, just in general, you've been involved in law enforcement for quite a while. When were you first involved in law enforcement in California?
1973.
Okay, so you've seen a lot. Could you describe the difference in the way the immigration laws of this country, say, have been enforced, say, in 1975 and the way it is today?
Well, I can tell you from a perspective in Los Angeles, when I worked the Los Angeles County Jail, we used to have INS agents at the time working inside our jail. So every person that was booked into the Los Angeles County Jail, they were screened by, at that time, INS has now become ICE. So there's a change there. Then I've seen changes just through administrations. You see the differences, 70s into the 80s. And now we see it to the point where it's like I testified earlier, it's like catch and release. It's at the point now where at the local level, it's saturation. And we're having a very difficult time dealing with it in Santa Maria and other places too.
Are you seeing that people who would have been deported 40 years ago today, either due to lack of resources or maybe kind of Mr. Burbank's attitude of, we don't care who comes in this country very much? What do you see a difference in whether somebody would be deported or not 40 years ago compared to today?
Yes, I do. And what we saw in the 70s and 80s was when you would have 1 or 2 convictions, you would normally be deported. Victor Martinez was arrested 6 times in 15 months, and he was never deported, not even on a list to be deported. So therein lies the actual evidence.
Do you get any feeling, and it's to a certain extent a mystery of mine, because in my mind, we are ruining our country. I mean, we've had witnesses up here, not just in this example, but people who represent the Border Patrol, the degree to which, not just this administration, but other administrations as well, don't want to enforce our immigration laws at all, which is, I think, why as a Republican, we're going to get Donald Trump as our nominee, because we had a lot of bad candidates who wouldn't say they'd enforce the immigration laws. But do you ever hear why we don't care to enforce our immigration laws anymore? Is there any speculation you have?
Well, the only thing I hear in California is that we need illegal immigration to work the agriculture area. But that doesn't ring true in Santa Maria. We have many people there who come from different countries under the H-2A laws, and they work there for 6, 7, 8, 9 months and then return. So that argument doesn't seem to really hold water for us.
Okay. Do you feel we ought to do a better job of enforcing our immigration laws?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do you think we ought to do a better job of enforcing our immigration laws?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you care to comment on Chief Burbank's comments before?
Well, the only thing I would say, I would like to share with the committee what happened in Santa Maria just 8 weeks ago. We had an increase in homicides for the past year and a half in Santa Maria. Normally, we only have about 3 homicides a year. Last year, in 21 months, or in 15 months, we had about 21 homicides. 8 weeks ago this day, we undertook an operation that had an impact in these homicides. Along with the FBI, along with ATF, we undertook and we led the investigation. We served search warrants at 12 locations, 8 in Santa Maria, some in Bakersfield, some in Ohio, and other areas, culminating in the arrest of approximately 16 people. All 16 people are illegal aliens from either El Salvador or Honduras, and they were all booked for multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder, and there are other murders that we believe we will be able to prosecute them for later on. So that was just 8 weeks ago on March 3rd. So yes, I am seeing a huge increase in some of the problems we're having.
It would seem to me common sense that if you have somebody breaking the law to come here, well, there may be wonderful people doing that, proportionately they'd be more likely to break other laws, including maybe the laws against murder. Based on your experience in the last 20 months, do you believe that illegal immigrants in Santa Maria are less likely to commit crimes than the native-born?
Are they less likely?
Right, right.
No, I don't believe that. I think it's proportional. I mean, we have a lot of people. Santa Maria's got a 70% Hispanic population. Half of my police force is Hispanic or African American. All right, so they're seeing it on all levels also. But I don't think that, you know, the illegals are, that when they are here, many of them, the only way they support themselves, they're not working the fields, they're committing crimes, just like Victor Martinez was doing. He didn't have a job. You know, he's hooked on methamphetamines, so he makes his living, or he makes his money by stealing.
That to me makes sense. So you would say in general, and there's this myth out there, I think I saw it in some of the stuff that Chief Burbank said, that the illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes. I mean, my experience just talking to people in law enforcement, common sense would tell you, here illegally, more likely to commit crimes. Is that your experience? More likely to commit crimes, you think, people who are here illegally?
No, I don't think, well, let me give you an example. We arrested 500 people for drunk driving. I think it was last year in Santa Maria. Out of the 6,500 were drunk driving cases. I would estimate that about 40% were illegal aliens, and I think they only make up about 20% of our population.
Okay, well, that's kind of shocking. That's not even a crime. Well, thank you for giving me the extra minute.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Connolly, the gentleman from Virginia. For
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Burbank, I just heard that last statistic, and that's awfully misleading. I mean, if you want to go down that road, what percentage of black American men as a total population, a part of the U.S. population, and what percentage do they constitute in terms of incarcerated adults?
They are incarcerated at a much higher rate.
Much higher rate. What are we to conclude from that? Don't answer. I would suggest respectfully, tread very lightly on what you conclude about that. So the fact that you've got a higher percentage of people who are undocumented, who are arrested in a community that has a lot of undocumented people, I don't know what to conclude from that. There could be good and bad things to be concluded from that, including about policing. I can tell you this, if my police chief were at this table, he would testify that we don't want to essentially federalize our police forces and make them the equivalent of immigration police, because we want the cooperation of the immigrant community, including the undocumented immigrant community, in terms of law enforcement. I can tell you in my community, right across the river, it was because of an undocumented individual we were able to solve a murder by an undocumented individual. We would never have gotten the cooperation of the day laborer community, in this case undocumented, with our police if we had not had a different kind of policy where we differentiated our local law enforcement function from that of immigration and customs and so forth. So just a word of caution about that, and Chief, you're more than welcome to comment on that if you wish.
Thank you, Congressman. I have an excellent relationship with the Hispanic community. We have outreach officers that go out into the fields and speak with them all the time. We do have many undocumented people come forward to report crimes. But the question was, do I see an increase or decrease? I'm not sure the exact numbers, but I think it's proportional, as I said. So we have beat coordinators. We have, like I say, 45% of my officers speak Spanish. So I go to every meeting that I'm invited to. So I agree. We're not supposed to be immigration officers. That's not our job.
Right. But
at the same time, we are feeling the impact of the lack of enforcement at the federal and state level.
I understand that, too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Burbank, is deportation just the sort of the answer to all of our immigration problems here? Let's really up the game on deportation, and that will solve everything.
I do not believe it's the answer, personally, no.
Really? Why not?
I do not believe it's realistic. And in fact, it is an unfair system in which we don't treat people equally across the board. Then the other thing is border issues and everything else. People come back. We need a system that reforms immigration so individuals can come into the country and work, can come into the country and visit, return home, can come out of the shadows and participate in society. This is not a question of legalization of everybody. This is a question of allowing them to participate so that they understand traffic laws, so that they understand the rules, that they can get the treatment that everyone in society for drug, alcohol, and mental health issues that everyone in society experiences regardless of what their race is or where they may be from.
What is the recidivism rate of deported individuals? I mean, we sometimes act as if deportation is the ultimate answer to a set of problems. But the fact of the matter is, depending on who you are and where you come from, you may illegally enter the United States multiple times, even after having been deported. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And that is because of why?
I think there is a desire to be in this country, and there are family members, there's many issues, but they do not, studies have shown, conducted by research institutes and universities across the nation, that show that individuals, even in multiple returns, right, are committing crime at a lesser rate.
But even where we've got criminal activity, for example, in Northern Virginia where I live, we've had gang leadership that has been deported back to Central America, only to have them show up again, 4 or 5 months later, and we have to go through the process all over again. So sometimes when we're dealing with criminals, they have a criminal network that also serves to re-inject them, unfortunately, back in this community. And that's a different kind of challenge than simply addressing somebody's status. Would you agree?
Absolutely, and you've just identified the frustration of police chiefs across the nation. The system is broken, and until we reform immigration as a whole, we will not be able to get past some of these loopholes that criminals are finding.
I would just say this, and my final comment, but I think you just put I spent 14 years in local government before coming here, and was chairman of my county, was the equivalent of being a mayor, 1.2 million people. And that is my feeling, that the federal government has in some ways, by overseeing a broken system, has forced localities and local communities to deal with the consequences of this broken system. And sometimes, as certainly our two grieving parents here give witness to, it leads to tragedy. We've got to fix the system. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Carter, the gentleman from Georgia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for being here. I can only imagine the feelings that you have, and please know that you are in our prayers, and we appreciate your courage for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, if I could ask you specifically, Victor Martinez Ramirez, he was the illegal alien who killed Air Force veteran Marilyn Ferris. He had been arrested by your police department 6 times in the previous 15 months. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
6 times in the previous 15 months.
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding he had been released by the Santa Barbara County Jail only 96 hours prior to doing this?
Yes, sir.
Had ICE issued a detainer for this guy?
Not in this particular case. They did provide a detainer in 2014, but that was the only one we knew.
Is your city, Mr. Martin, is your city or Santa Barbara County a sanctuary jurisdiction?
No, sir. The city of Santa Maria is not a sanctuary city, never has been. In fact, I have letters from our city manager, which was authored by our city council, stating specifically they have never voted for at any time in the past or in the present to be a sanctuary city.
Have you ever contacted ICE previously about to request a detainer on someone or on a suspected illegal alien? Have you ever had that experience?
No, sir. What we do is when we arrest someone, the Santa Maria Police Department makes an arrest, we fill out a form that goes with the prisoner to the county jail. Santa Maria Police Department, we don't have a jail for people to put in. We just have a booking processing area. And in this form, we do check the officer, does the officer request an immigration review? And in this particular case for Victor Martinez, we checked yes. So then it would be in the hands of the Sheriff's Department and ICE for them to go down and make the review.
Okay. And you're not sure what happened after that in that particular case?
No, sir.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree that Sheriff, that increased communication between local law enforcement and federal law enforcement would federal law enforcement especially, because obviously they're the ones who are responsible for the immigration enforcement, wouldn't you agree that better communication would obviously benefit everyone in this case?
Yes, sir, I would.
and hopefully keep a tragedy like this from happening again. I mean, obviously, this is obviously not our best work and could qualify as being our worst work. Mr. Chairman, obviously, I'm appalled, as we all are, at what has happened in this particular case and what has happened in many cases like this. And I, especially when you had a veteran who was murdered at the hands of an illegal alien who was in police custody only hours before. Only hours before this person was in police custody. So I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, a bill that I have. It's H.R. 4007, the Alerted Act, and it helps to increase communication at all levels of law enforcement, and it ensures that DHS and that ICE are responsive to those inquiries, just like Mr. Martin just indicated, and that is that they will work to make sure that these illegal aliens are indeed checked on and that our immigration laws are enforced. Again, it's H.R. 4007. That's a bill that I'm sponsoring. It's called the Alerted Act. Hopefully, it will improve communication between local law enforcement and between the federal government. That's what we need more of. Again, thank you for being here, and again, our condolences. Thank you so much. We appreciate your courage. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And first of all, I want to thank the ranking member for asking you to tell us about Casey and Sarah. And if you can, Mr. Martin, tell us a little bit about Marilyn Ferris. We don't want these people to just be statistics. And I watched as people wipe tears. As a dad of 2 daughters, I can't imagine what you've been through. All of us are very, very grateful for you coming. This has been very helpful. Mr. Root, is it true that Mr. Mejia's bail was less than the cost of Sarah's funeral?
Yes, it is.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Mejia had a driver's license?
He did not.
Do you know whether or not he ever had one?
I do not know that fact. I know there's no insurance. The vehicle that killed my daughter, I'm not even sure the true owner of that vehicle. It's in the Omaha impound lot right now. Mm-hmm. I heard it was from another illegal roofing contractor from Wichita, Kansas. But, they won't let me take it out of there to get it dusted for prints or whatever you want to say. So.
Okay. Mr. Martin, I listened to Mr. Burbank's response to Chairman Chavitz about deporting drunk drivers. And frankly, that didn't go over well with me. But I'm going to ask you, do you think we have enough legal citizens who drive drunk without adding illegal immigrant drunk drivers to that number?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it makes sense when we know that they have a record of drunk driving? And I'd like for you to answer that again. You didn't have your microphone on. I ask you if you think we have enough without adding illegal drunk drivers to that.
Yes, sir, we have enough.
Do you think it makes sense when they're picked up for drunk driving, since they're here illegally, regardless of race, national origin, sex, gender? Does it matter? Since they're here illegally and they're breaking our laws, does it make sense for them to stay here?
No, sir, it does not. I view the vehicle just as I would a pistol.
Mm-hmm. And in this case, in Sarah Root's case, it was just as deadly as a pistol, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burbank, in your last comments, you seemed to imply that the American taxpayers should pay for substance abuse treatment for people who are here illegally. Is that what you're saying that we need to do as a nation?
I don't believe I said that.
I believe you did.
American taxpayers. I said that we have demonstrated through restorative justice programs in which substance abuse treatment, that is the direction that we bring people out and they do not reoffend. We are more effective than we are with incarceration.
Okay, but you said that in the context of illegals. And if they're here illegally and they're in these substance abuse programs, You're pretty much saying that we need to invest American taxpayer dollars in providing substance abuse for people who are here illegally. Does that not create another incentive for them to come here illegally?
We have people who exist in this country in all different forms and statuses.
Listen, you're trying to turn this into something that's not, and I'm not going to let you do it. And the chairman probably pulled me out of the chair. But we're sick of this. You've got 3 people here representing families who've lost loved ones. We know that there was 124 people who are here illegally who've committed murders. Just this month, in my home state of Alabama, they've arrested 3 illegals, 2 Hondurans and a Mexican, who were here to do a home invasion, and one of them said that had the family been there with a firearm, he would have shot them. They were arrested, Mr. Martin, by local police in Oxford, Alabama, who were alert enough to see that they were carrying weapons and arrested them. They had prior convictions as well. One of them was carrying a pistol stolen from Arlington, Texas. One of them had a felony that goes back to 2008. It's insane. It's criminal. And you're sitting next to people who have lost 2 of the most precious things they'll ever lose in their lives. And frankly, I find it offensive.
May I respond?
Yes, you may.
So I sympathize with these individuals. In fact, in the year 2000, my friend and colleague lost his life at the hands of an undocumented immigrant. I would not want that person caught, who has never been found. He was held in custody and released. But I would not want that person found at the expense of someone else's constitutional rights or civil rights.
We're not talking about constitutional rights, and I think you have crossed a line in trying to imply that people who are here illegally have the same rights as people who are here legally, who are citizens of the country. And we're not denying people due process. We're not denying them access to the justice system. We're trying to treat people as humanely as we possibly can. But the fact of the matter is, I don't care if it was just one in the last 10 years, it would have been one too many if it were my daughter or my son. I yield back. I recognize Mr. Grothman for 2 minutes.
We don't even need 2 minutes. I just wanted to do a follow-up with Chief Martin. I'd like to thank you for being here today. I see Congressman Connolly had left. I just didn't want to respond a little to his comment. I thought it was completely out of line. I think the implication was completely unwarranted without anything to back it up. I appreciate what you're saying, and I think we see both from Representative Connolly and former Chief Burbank kind of the mentality that we've got to get over in this country if we're going to save our country, because we're going to lose our country unless we begin to take these immigration laws seriously. And we have too many people thinking of any ridiculous pretext under the world not to do the obvious. And we've seen that here today, but I just would like to thank Chief Martin and thank all the other law enforcement officers around the country who I think are doing a tremendous job. I think it's unfortunate so many people want to disparage them. That's all.
I recognize the ranking member for a closing statement.
Again, I want to thank all of you for being here. And I think when we look at this total problem, we have to understand that there's a lot of pain, and rightfully so. And at the same time, when our nation was put together, the Founding Fathers tried to create all kind of balances so that we keep our people safe, make sure that there's equal protection under the law and a true sense of justice. And sometimes these things seem to kind of collide. But I am convinced that we can do better. I think, and I think that, as I heard Director Sedania talk, she was clear that there's some things that we need to do, we as members of Congress need to do, perhaps in looking at the code and figuring out things that, ways we can help them be more effective and efficient in what they do. No system, unfortunately, is perfect. None. I practiced law for many years, and I saw a lot of things that will go with me in a negative way until I die. But I think what we have to do as Americans is constantly reach for that more perfect union. Whether we'll ever get there, I don't know, but we need to be striving for it every day. And there's so many people who, and I want us to always be careful, though, and I go back to my opening statement, that we don't just label a group of people, and because I think that's very dangerous, too. Because when we turn against each other, then I think it's almost impossible for us to truly pursue that more perfect union. So that means that we've got to kind of try to address the issues that come out of this. We've got to look at ICE and make sure that ICE is doing what it's supposed to do and all the other agencies. And where there are places that need to be strengthened, we need to do that. But in the end, we want to try to make sure to all of you that these kind of things don't happen again. But we've got to, and again, we may only be able to minimize the possibility. Because, Chief, as you know, things happen. People, even when you have the laws, people find a way to get around them. You know that, because I know you've been in this business long enough. And so, but again, your testimony has been very helpful to all of us. And I really, from the depths of my heart, I thank you. I really do. And I think somebody said it a little bit earlier. You know, you never get over the loss. You don't. You just learn to live with it. You learn to live with it. And you're learning to live with it because it's still new. The idea that you're able to do what you're doing, to come here and speak for your loved ones. And like you said, Ms. Eileen, you know, I think you said something to the effect that I don't want to see her having died in vain. You want to see something come out of this to help somebody else. And that's one of the greatest ways you can deal with it. And we really appreciate it. And you came to the right place.
Well, this is where I wanted to be.
Well, we're glad you came. But all of you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank all of our witnesses for their appearance here today. If there's no further business without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Take it.
Be accused of stealing your pencils.
Okay.
A long day for you. Is there anything else happening?
Thank you guys again for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Safe travels home.
Thank you.